Part 3. Healing Padfoot and Pronglet, The High-Dinner Time, Bubble Prank, June 24th, 1994. Sirius had once been a 13-year-old boy, and he knew that Harry, who was currently crying his eyes out into Sirius's increasingly wet and soggy shoulder, would be mortified as soon as the storm of weeping stopped. Sirius also knew Harry needed the release, though. Sirius knew all too well the emotional shock of having someone care after years of being told you were worthless. He had never wanted his godson's childhood to be anything like his own, and that it was made his heart ache and took him far too close to shedding tears himself. No more Dursleys, though, Sirius reminded himself, as he rubbed soothing circles on Harry's back with one hand and stroked his fingers through his mop of dark hair with the other. Harry was under his protection finally, and Sirius would make sure that the remainder of Harry's childhood would be exactly what it should be, filled with love and happiness and fun and security. He glanced over at Remus, who looked devastated at Harry's breakdown. He mouthed that it was okay, and Remus nodded slightly, easing back from his hovering, uncertain position on the edge of his chair. Harry sniffled, and Sirius realized he'd come back to himself. Remus handed over a handkerchief. Sirius eased back and handed Harry the cloth with the no-nonsense instruction to blow his nose. Harry followed the order, swiped at his damp cheeks, and absently handed him the handkerchief back. Sirius banished it. Harry was bright red, and wouldn't meet either of their eyes. "The summer before my 6th year, I ran away from home and ended up at your dad's," Sirius said quietly. Harry looked over at him, curiosity getting the better of his embarrassment. "Your Grandad Potter told me that it was all going to be okay, that they loved me, and I was already part of the family. I was 16 years old, and I spent the better part of an hour crying my eyes out on his shoulder," Sirius said. "So I guess what I'm trying to say is that you're in good company." Harry flushed, but nodded slowly in acknowledgment that Sirius understood. "He also told me, just as I'm telling you now, that we have a lot of getting to know each other to do, and at some point we're going to argue and disagree, and do things or say things that test our patience with each other." Sirius continued keeping hold of Harry's gaze determinedly. "Because parents and kids do that, and although I'm new at this, I consider myself your parent now. Kiddo." He poked Harry gently in the arm. "Okay." Harry nodded again. "So, we're going to do all of those things, but, and this is the important thing, I'm always going to love you," Sirius said fervently. "I loved you from the moment I held you just after you were born, and I loved you when you broke me out of Hogwarts, and I love you right now, this minute, and I am always going to love you and want you in my life. Understand?" "And that goes for me too, Harry," Remus added softly. Sirius could see the hope that flared to life in Harry's eyes as he gave another nod, but he could also see fear that it wasn't true or real. It was going to take time, Sirius reminded himself. He patted Harry on the shoulder softly. "Now, we have lots to tell you," Sirius said, changing the subject and brightening his tone. "But Remus told me you haven't had dinner, so why don't we get something to eat?" Harry's stomach growled in response. "Food it is," Remus declared cheerfully. He stood up, and Sirius and Harry followed him out of the room and down the corridor. Sirius couldn't help smiling as Harry gazed around wide-eyed. "The house has been in my family for generations. My grandfather preferred the country estate and hated London, so when my father married my mother, he gave it to them. My mother was nuts, and she was restricted to the house by my grandfather. Namely, after she'd tortured Sirius, a recognized heir to the line, for refusing to follow Voldemort and driven him to the Potters. But Harry didn't need to know that part of the story. "Are we going to live here?" Harry asked as Remus led them into the dining room. "Nope." Sirius guided Harry into the seat on his right as he took his usual chair at the top of the table. Remus sat in the seat to his left, opposite Harry. "I'm going to need this place for business. I have a seat on the Wizengamot, so it's going to be too visible, despite the Fidelius. We will live somewhere else." He touched the table, and the food appeared. Plates of shepherd's pie with peas and carrots. "Tuck in!" Harry immediately began, and something uncoiled in Sirius's gut at the sight of his godson eating at a table in a house Sirius owned. He picked up his own cutlery as Remus passed a bread roll to Harry. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said automatically. "Professor!" Sirius snorted. Remus shot him a look. "It's Remus, Harry, or Mooney, if you'd prefer that. I'm not your professor any more." "You used to call him Mooey." Sirius slid in teasingly. Harry's eyes lit up, and a smile flickered over his lips. "Really?" "Yes, Uncle Mooey, to be exact," Remus recalled fondly. "As you were only a baby, we forgave you the lack of enunciation." Prongs thought it was hilarious. Sirius said, remembering the scene in the Potter's kitchen and James chuckling away. "But his face when you called him Dada for the first time?" He smiled at his godson's rapt expression. He was the proudest man on the planet that day. "Flu called me especially," Remus agreed. "But then you'd been calling your mum Mamma for at least a month, and I think your dad was just thrilled you'd finally recognized his part in your parenting." Harry scooped up more of his pie. "I wish I could remember." Sirius exchanged a sad look with Remus. "Well, we can share our memories with you so you can see for yourself." "And tell you lots of stories," Remus added. "I've been saving them up for years, and now I finally get the chance to tell you them, since I no longer need permission from either your aunt or the headmaster to see you or to talk with you openly." Something eased behind Harry's eyes, and Sirius mentally applauded his old friend for letting Harry know simply and quickly why he hadn't been in his life to date. "We do have a lot to tell you, Harry," Sirius said. "Everything from your mum and dad and your Potter heritage, to what happened after you rescued me at Hogwarts, to what happens next. But I don't want to overwhelm you with information. And I would like your agreement on some things that are already in motion. So I think we need to prioritize for tonight. Agreed?" Harry nodded and swallowed down his mouthful of food quickly. "Okay. Well, as we will have plenty of time in the future to tell you about your mum and dad and your family, how about we focus on the urgent things?" Remus suggested, spooning more shepherd's pie onto Harry's plate. "Like what's happened since Hogwarts, and what happens next?" Harry asked, smiling a thank you at Remus. "Exactly," Sirius said, picking up his glass and taking a long sip of water. "We should do this logically, and start from what happened when you, Sirius, left Hogwarts," Remus instructed. Sirius rolled his eyes but complied. "Well, like I said, before I realized I needed my inheritance to get things done, so I came here and assumed control of the family magic that essentially made me Lord Black." He restrained the urge to tell Harry he would need to do something similar and become Lord Potter. Creature, the old house elf, is giddy at the thought of restoring the family's reputation, so he has helped with getting money from Gringotts, doing the shopping, cleaning this place up. Which was a relief and a shock, because he and Creature had never had the best of relationships when Sirius was a child. Then Remus sent me a note, so we met up, and he agreed to help me with getting you away from the Dursleys. He's also agreed to come live with us and keep us out of trouble." Harry darted a pleased look at Remus, who smiled back at him. "What next?" Sirius asked himself. "Oh, right. We hired a solicitor, Brian Cutter, who's very good at what he does. He investigated my arrest, found there wasn't a trial, and approached Fudge on behalf of Lord Black about investigating whether or not Sirius Black was innocent. The minister knows that Lord Black will be very powerful politically when he takes up his position in the Wizengamot, more powerful and wealthy than the minister's current advisers." Remus jumped in. "So he agreed to the investigation and ultimately your guardianship, not wanting to annoy a new potential ally." Harry looked at them both with a grin. "So you essentially pranked the minister into doing his job?" "Yes." Remus and Sirius replied in unison, unashamedly. "There will be some feathers that have to be smoothed," Remus acknowledged, "when it's announced that Sirius is Lord Black." "Fudge won't be able to get too annoyed with me, though," Sirius reassured Harry, sensing his godson's unease at the idea of an angry minister. "I am Lord Black. Amelia Bones' investigation did clear my name. And my guardianship of you is based on the legally acknowledged wishes of your parents." He darted a look at Remus, a signal for help at explaining about the rest of what had transpired around the guardianship. Remus stepped in immediately, gentling his tone. Not only that, but when Amelia Bones came to see you at Privet Drive, she wasn't impressed with the standard of care that you were receiving from your aunt and uncle." A crease appeared in Harry's forehead, and he stared down at his meal, embarrassed. "She supported the change in guardianship, especially when she did some digging and realized you hadn't received any official visits to check up on you," Remus continued. "It would be very embarrassing for the ministry if that came to light." Harry's gaze remained affixed to his plate. "Harry," Sirius said softly, "we don't know exactly what your aunt and uncle have done or not done in taking care of you. But we can guess, and we do know, that Director Bones believed that you might have a case to bring charges against them." "It would go through the Muggle system," Remus explained. "However, Brian has said that it would probably come down to your word against theirs." Harry had stopped eating, and his features had taken on a pensive look similar to Lily's. I just want to be shot of them." "Well, you don't have to have anything more to do with them," Sirius declared fiercely. "If there was any other business with the Dursleys, he and Remus could take care of it. Probably Remus, as Sirius was likely to hex the hell out of them." "Your aunt relinquished all rights to you," Remus said carefully, "in exchange for the protection of a new address, so wizards can't find her." "You mean she happily gave me away for a new house?" Realization dawned, and Harry's face grew red. "That house where we were at? That's their new house?" Yes." Remus glanced over at Sirius, the need for help written all over his face. "Great! That's just great!" Harry muttered, pushing his plate away. He took a breath and met Sirius's gaze. "I'll pay you back, I promise." Sirius's eyes widened at the offer. "You don't need to, Harry. I have plenty of money, and, quite honestly, I'd happily have given every nut to the woman if it meant I got you in exchange." Stunned didn't even begin to describe Harry's face. Sirius bridged the gap between them and placed a hand over Harry's clenched fist. "Harry, we understand if you don't want to talk about your time with your aunt and uncle. But I want you to keep two things in mind. Firstly, that we will be here when you are ready to talk about it. And secondly, however they treated you was not your fault, and whatever they told was a lie." Harry nodded slowly. "Sorry, believe me, I know," Sirius said sincerely, letting go of Harry reluctantly. "You should also keep in mind, Harry, that while the new house was in some ways a bribe, there was a valid reason for giving your aunt a new address above and beyond getting you out of their clutches," Remus said, easing the topic down another path and away from sensitive issues. "Your mum put up some very impressive blood wards around the house at Privet Drive. Now, they kept both you and your aunt safe while you resided there, and your magic helped to keep the wards in place. However, with you no longer there, the wards will eventually collapse," Sirius explained. "After Brian's initial discussion with your aunt, with her permission, we had an expert from Gringotts check them out. He said with your immediate removal, and as you've been away at Hogwarts most of the year already, he would give it a month or so before the wards fall." "Misker, the new house doesn't have the blood wards, but it does have an impressive set of security wards that will keep out wizards," Remus said. Sirius checked Remus and Harry were done with the main course, and tapped the table. The dishes disappeared, and dessert shimmered onto fresh plates in front of them. Harry enthusiastically reached for a spoon to delve into the ice cream. "I guess I'm okay with them having the house," he said after his first bite. "I don't like that they've got it, but I don't really want them dead. And Voldemort." He looked up at them suddenly. "You know he's alive?" "Yes, I might have learned a great deal about your first 2 years when I was teaching." Remus confirmed. "You encountered a wraith of Voldemort in your first year, and in your second encountered an object that could have brought him back to a corporeal form." "A diary, yes," Harry said. "Lucius Malfoy gave it to Ginny." Sirius glowered. "The family meeting is going to be a doozy." He shook himself and caught Harry's inquisitive look. "Malfoy is married to my cousin Narcissa. As the Malfoys petitioned to marry into our family, the Blacks have something called primacy. Lucius is subject to the will of Lord Black." A mischievous grin spread across Harry's face, and he looked so like James for a second that Sirius's heart almost stopped. "I'm going to have to a family meeting soon to sort some things out. As you're my heir, I want you to have input on how we handle the family matters," Sirius forced himself to continue. "But that's a discussion for another day." "Okay," Harry said easily, "although I know exactly what I want to do with Malfoy." Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing look at the tone. James had always used that particular tone for Snivellus. "Getting back to Voldemort," Sirius said quickly. "Yes, Remus and I know he's out there. Thanks to a letter my brother Regulus wrote to me, and which Creature gave to me when I arrived here. We also know there are other objects like the diary that are also out there that we believe are the reason why he's a wraith and not completely dead. So what are we going to do?" Harry asked, far too enthusiastic for Sirius's liking. "We aren't going to do anything. Remus and I will be bringing the matter to the attention of the Ministry, the DMLE, and the DOM, and will work with them to track these objects down and see about kicking Voldepants into the great hereafter," Sirius said. "You are going to go to school, study, have fun, and enjoy yourself." "But—" began Harry. "It's not that I don't think you're a capable wizard, Harry," Sirius reassured him swiftly. "After your amazing rescue of me, how could I think otherwise? And I know from the tales of your exploits that you faced Voldemort down more than anyone else alive and lived to tell the tale." "But, Harry, and it's a big but, you should never have had to face him. You were 11 and 12, and should have been thinking about pranks and fun, not how do I survive a basilisk or a possessed professor. The adults around you should have done much more to protect you. And I will be having words with Dumbledore, believe you and me. And now you're under my protection. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you're safe, and that means ensuring that Voldemort, or anything to do with him, doesn't come within 100 miles of you." His heart was racing as he ended his speech. Harry was looking at him wide-eyed. "As you can see, your godfather feels rather strongly about the matter," Remus said mildly. "I don't want anything to happen to you," Harry blurted out. "Either of you. Neither do we, nor do we want anything happening to you," Remus replied as Sirius struggled to get the lump in his throat to disappear. "Which is why Sirius and I will involve the people who should track these things down and fight Voldemort, namely, not us. I was thinking we would be more like ringmasters," Sirius offered. "I was going to say generals," Remus countered. "A ringmaster is in charge of a circus." "Well, it is the Ministry, the DMLE, and the DOM," Sirius pointed wryly. "They are a bit of a circus." A genuine chuckle from Harry brought a smile to Sirius's face, only for it to be wiped out by the next thing his godson asked. "What about the headmaster?" Harry waved his spoon. He could help. Sirius growled before he could stop himself. "What Sirius is trying to say is that while we both think the headmaster is a great wizard to whom we owe a great deal," Remus said diplomatically, "we have some concerns about the decisions he's made." Harry frowned. "What decisions?" Remus and Sirius exchanged a concerned look. Neither of them wanted to disillusion Harry about an adult authority figure, someone he respected. But they also knew they needed Harry to start questioning his headmaster's motivations and actions. "Harry, you play chess, right?" Remus asked, putting his own spoon down. "Yes." From the tentative answer, Harry was wondering where Remus was going with his question. Sirius was rather wondering that himself. Imagine that the chessboard is the wizarding world. On one side of the board is Voldemort. Remus gestured with his wand, and a black king piece sprang into being on the dining-room table. On the other, the leader of the light, Albus Dumbledore. A white king piece appeared. Sirius was sure Remus had been a brilliant teacher. Harry was paying attention, his brow lowered in concentration. But there are many pieces on a chessboard. A third gesture had the actual board arriving. Some people in the wizarding world might be important, like the knights, rooks, bishops, and queens. Pieces arrived to fill the squares. The Minister of Magic might be one of those pieces, for instance, and I think you, Harry, would probably be one of the more important pieces. Some of us, though, might merely be pawns. The word impacted with the force of a bludger as the minor chess pieces arrived. Sirius could see Harry's internal flinch as clearly as if he'd done a full-body jerk. "Now, what's the first lesson you learned about chess?" Remus asked softly. A series of emotions ran across Harry's face, but he raised his eyes to meet Remus's bravely. "That you may need to sacrifice a piece, and you might risk others." Remus gestured until the board transformed into a half-played game. "See, your rook is at risk because you've decided to protect your knight. Now, remember, the Wizarding World is our board, so Albus is risking his rook, and let's say that's Sirius because he's decided to protect his knight. Let's pretend that's you. Do you think Sirius would argue with that decision?" Harry darted a look at Sirius. "No." "No?" Sirius stressed immediately. "In theory, I have no trouble being put at risk if it means that you're safe." Harry looked as though he wanted to argue the point, but Remus jumped back in. "Only Albus doesn't ask Sirius because Sirius is only a chess piece and Albus has control of his side of the board. Even though the decision he's made, that he won't offer Sirius his personal protection, so Sirius gets a trial, but he will allow Sirius to escape, means Sirius doesn't get his name cleared and remains on the run as a fugitive. And you're still stuck at the Dursleys." Harry frowned heavily as he absorbed Remus's words. "But say there was a different move that could have had both pieces safe." Remus made another motion with his wand, and the pieces changed to safe positions. "With this move, offering Sirius the personal protection of the Chief Warlock until Sirius can be questioned under Veritaserum. Sirius is a free man able to provide you with guardianship, and you're free of the Dursleys. However, this move means the whole game is a bit more difficult." Harry looked over at Sirius, his eyes guarded. "Could he really have put you under his personal protection?" "He could have," Sirius replied calmly. "But no doubt it would have created difficulties between him and Fudge politically, and potentially that could have ramifications for legislation in front of the Wizengamot or things that Dumbledore needs Fudge to do as minister." He pointed at Harry's ice cream and got his godson eating again. To keep with the chess theme, he was probably thinking several moves ahead with his ultimate endgame in mind when he made the decision not to offer me protection. "Ron says I need to think ahead more when I play," Harry commented, stirring the slush that his ice cream had become. "He says that I see a piece in danger and automatically move to save it without thinking about the rest of them. So I guess we know which move you would choose if you were controlling the board," Remus continued. "This one," Harry admitted. "Of course he would, and so would Sirius, and so would I," Remus agreed brightly. "That none of us are in control of the board. We're a chess piece," Harry said, disgusted. Remus cleared his throat, a little chagrined. "Ah, well, yes, but I don't mean to imply that in real life Albus considers you or any of us with the same cold objectivity that he would an actual chess piece. He does care about you, Harry. Don't forget that in both moves we've talked about he's protecting you. And I'm sure in real life the decisions he makes weigh on him." Sirius wasn't so sure about that, but he appreciated that Remus wanted to reassure Harry that Dumbledore cared about him, especially since Harry believed so few people in his life cared about him. "However, when Sirius and I got together and talked, we realized that Albus has made quite a few decisions like this. One," Remus gestured towards the chessboard, which went back to the previous play. "Decisions which on the face of it are well-meaning but frustrating for the chess pieces. The people involved. And really unfair if he's deciding without asking them what they want," Harry interjected fiercely. "Exactly. So Sirius, being Sirius, or should I say Padfoot, decided to mutiny and take over the whole game." Remus made a gesture at the chess piece, and the rook changed into a small dog which began running around the chessboard, barking at the other pieces, forcing them to move back to the preferred play. Harry gave another small laugh at its antics. Sirius was glad Remus had found a way to lighten the mood. Remus gave it another moment, and then had the dog change back. "And now we're deciding the moves rather than Albus." There was silence, and Sirius could almost see the wheels in Harry's head turning as he took on board everything they'd said. "So what do you think?" Sirius asked impatiently. "I think I hate chess." Harry wrinkled his nose as Sirius gave an appreciative bark of laughter. "But I think I see what you mean. I think the headmaster could still help with the Voldemort thing, but I can understand wanting to make your own decisions." Sirius breathed out a sigh of relief. "Talking of which," Harry said slyly, "I know you don't want me to be involved." "And I understand that," he said hurriedly. "It's just, you're not sure Voldemort will leave you alone," Remus finished. "I asked the headmaster why Voldemort was so interested in me after first year." Harry licked his spoon. "He said he'd tell me when I was older. Maybe I should ask him again." Sirius hummed, caught between wanting to keep Harry out of it and yet unwilling to outright lie to his godson. He capitulated to the need for honesty. "We think there's a prophecy involved, but you and I will need to investigate with the Department of Mysteries." Harry looked at him eagerly. "Us?" "Yes, us," Sirius conceded. "If I had my way, you wouldn't be anywhere near the fight with Voldepants until you're of age, and trained and wrapped in several layers of dragonhide, and maybe several more protective layers of bodyguards, and possibly a dragon or two. But, as you say, it's obvious that he has an interest in you." He grimaced. "So maybe we can agree a compromise." His godson perked up considerably at that. "Remus and I will handle searching out these objects with the help of others, which may or may not include your headmaster," Sirius said, holding up a hand before Harry could argue the point. "But we will keep you in the loop, and you will help in searching out if there is actually a prophecy." Harry smiled happily. "You will also start learning something called occlumency to help us keep these things secret. And we will train you in some defensive magic, so if you do end up facing Voldepants again, you have some tricks up your sleeve." Sirius tried to sound parental. He figured Remus was trying not to laugh at him. "How does that sound?" Harry beamed at him, and Sirius couldn't help the warm rush of affection that rose up in response. "This is kind of the way I want this to work, Harry," Sirius admitted. "We talk, and we agree together what we want to do. What do you think?" "I like that I get a say," Harry admitted. His eyes lit up mischievously. "I guess it's like you said about Dumbledore. It's a bit frustrating if people make decisions for you without asking what you want." Sirius inclined his head at the acknowledged hit for his previous "you-will-stay-out-of-it" position. He gave a mischievous grin of his own. "I'm glad you want to be involved, because the other thing we'll use to fight Voldemort is politics." A look of uncertainty crossed Harry's face. "Politics? We need to ensure his followers, or people who follow his agenda, don't have the political power to help him," Remus said, "which means building alliances with the other ancient and noble families." "And we need to shut down his access to money," Sirius added, wielding his own spoon through the air like a sword. Maybe I'll leave this bit to you guys," Harry suggested. Sirius smirked at him, and Harry inclined his head as he acknowledged that a point had been scored by his godfather. "Actually, you will need to be involved with politics. The Potters are an ancient and noble family, and you personally have the potential to have a lot of political influence because of your celebrity, no matter how much you might dislike the idea." Sirius commiserated. "We'll add it to your training." Harry sighed miserably. "I guess. But not tonight." Sirius added, "We should probably discuss what's going to happen in the immediate future." Harry brightened. "So, first things first," Sirius said, nerves attacking him again. "As part of the guardianship deal, I agreed that I would get some medical treatment." His godson looked alarmed and concerned. "I'm fine," Sirius hastened to reassure him, "but I was exposed to Dementors for a long time in Azkaban, and on the run eating out of dustbins for a year. So I can't say I necessarily disagree that I could do with a check-up." "You're really okay, though?" Harry asked, dropping his spoon into his bowl. "Really," Sirius said firmly. And he was. Yes, his emotions were still unsteady, his mind sometimes foggy, and he hadn't yet regained all of his physical strength. But he was okay. "I could be better," he allowed, "and I'm concerned about your exposure to Dementors, so I've arranged for us both to take a trip to the States to the Valley Clinic." Harry squirmed and grimaced. "I expect," Sirius continued as though he hadn't noticed Harry's silent response, "that we'll go in, they'll give us a check-up, and then we'll have a bit of a holiday while they feed me some nutrient potions." "A holiday?" Harry stopped squirming and started looking interested. Sirius agreed, finishing his ice cream and setting the bowl aside. "I understand from my Uncle Alfred's journal that there's plenty of space for flying, a swimming pool, and some great hiking trails." "Flying?" Sirius struggled not to smile at Harry's hopeful expression. He couldn't look at Remus because he figured the two of them would break down laughing if he did. "Yep. So how about it?" "I'd like to go on a holiday," Harry admitted shyly. "Good. Well, that's settled then. We'll only be gone for a week in normal time, but the clinic is in a time bubble to provide people with as much time as they need to heal, so we'll probably stay a bit longer than that," Sirius said cheerfully. "We should talk about disguises." "Disguises?" Harry repeated warily, getting diverted from the topic of why it might take more than a week for them to heal and whole complicated magic of the time bubble as Sirius had intended. Remus cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "As you pointed out, Voldemort has an interest in you. One of the reasons Albus placed you with your Muggle relatives was the protection provided to you by the blood wards left by your mother. Now you're safe here, but we need to make sure you're safe when you travel." "We'll be going Muggle," Sirius said brightly. "I've never been on an aeroplane before." "Neither have I." Harry's face was alight with excitement. "And you think we should be disguised too?" "We have two choices for you, Harry." Remus clasped his hands on the top of the polished table. "The first is that we put a glamour charm on you. Turn your hair blonde, your eyes blue, for example. But you'd still be 13 years old, and so if anyone was looking for you, you'd fall into the age group they would watch for. And if they're magical, they'll know I might be wearing a glamour charm," Harry surmised very quickly. "Exactly," Sirius said proudly. "So there is another option. We use a de-aging potion on you. You'll be 5 years old for 24 hours. Nobody will be able to tell you're really 13, and you can have some carefree fun as a 5-year-old. So?" Harry considered it carefully. Sirius could see he was weighing the benefits of being safe and 5 against losing his 13-year-old intelligence and want to be treated like an adult. "I guess I should choose the de-aging potion," Harry said finally. He glanced at Sirius. "What about you?" "I'll take a de-aging potion too," Sirius said. "I'll be in my 20s, but old enough to have a 5-year-old son." "You'll be Harry Evans, and I'll be Jack Evans. Jack was your grandfather's name." Harry nodded slowly. "What about you, Remus?" Remus started in surprise. "Me? You're coming with us, right?" Harry asked urgently. Remus smiled at Harry. "Thank you for thinking of me, but not this time." He waved at Sirius and Harry. "You both need time to get to know each other, and I'll need to coordinate things here in your absence. I have our new house to prepare, your finances to sort through, overseeing the press announcement of you as Sirius's ward." His smile widened. "I dare say I'll have enough to keep me busy during the week you're away." "Our new house?" Harry asked, his eyes widening. "We've bought a place in Hampshire, out in the countryside." Sirius explained. "It was Muggle, but we've made it unplottable, walled it to the hilt, and put it under Fidelius too." "We have some pictures we can show you," Remus said. "But why don't we show you around here first?" The tour was a good idea. Harry was most impressed with the duelling room in the basement, proclaimed Hermione would love the library, and was reintroduced to Creature in the kitchen before the house elf chased them out. They informed him briskly that they'd hired another elf for the new house, as Creature had enough to do with 12 Grimmauld Place. They finally climbed the stairs, and Sirius explained the first-floor bedrooms were for guests, as he nudged Harry up another flight of stairs. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, each with an adjoining bath. Each glistening white-painted door had a gold plaque. The first door had "Steward of the House of Black" on it, and Remus explained it was his room. Sirius's was engraved with Lord Black. He let Harry have a quick look inside before hustling him down the corridor to the next room, where the sign read, "Heir of the House of Black." "Here's your room for when you do have to stay here," Sirius said brightly. He nervously ushered Harry in. The walls were a pale cream. He had had Creature furnish the place with Gryffindor red on the curtains, bed linen, and the upholstery of the chairs. A gold and red tapestry rug depicting a lion softened the newly sanded and polished hardwood floor. The furniture was good quality oak, but not polished antique, as Sirius wanted Harry to be comfortable. Harry circled the room, taking in the bookcase and desk where he lingered over a photo of his parents, the dresser and wardrobe, the bed and bedside table, the squishy chair by the window where his trunk had been placed, along with an owl perch for Hedwig, who hooted a welcome to him. He explored the small bath through a side door and came back in with a wide smile. "This is great." His eyes met Sirius's across the room. "Thank you." "I'm glad you like it," Sirius said, pleased. "We won't be living here, but you should feel free to put some posters up and make it your room whenever we do." They smiled giddily at each other. Remus cleared his throat. He was leaning up against the door-jamb, indulgence oozing from his own smug smile. "Your flight is very early, so you and Padfoot should have an early night. There are some new pyjamas in the dresser, Harry, along with underwear and other things. We'll leave you to get ready for bed. Give a yell if you need anything." "What about packing for the holiday?" Harry asked. "Already done. We took the liberty of buying you some new clothes, although set anything you want to take with you on the desk, and I'll add it to the suitcase in the morning," Sirius replied. "I'll wake you when it's time to get up." He made to follow Remus out, but stopped as Harry looked around the room as though lost. "You okay?" Harry blushed. "Just a bit overwhelmed, I guess." Sirius nodded understandingly. "Like Remus said, we're a yell away if you need anything." He forced himself to continue walking out. "Sirius!" Harry stopped him just as Sirius made it to the door. He glanced back questioningly. "Moody mentioned my dad was a hit wizard, and I was wondering—" Harry fidgeted with the edge of his shirt. "What did my mum do?" "Your mum signed up straight after school to do a Mastery of Charms with Professor Flitwick. Your mum told me that when she completed the mastery she wanted to teach. Then you came along. A very wanted but unexpected surprise, and then your folks had to go into hiding, so she never got the opportunity. But she would have made a great teacher. She was the brightest witch of our year." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said sincerely, "for everything." "No need to thank me, Harry. You get some rest." Sirius finally made it out of the door and closed it, laying his head against the wood to catch his breath. Harry was home. He was safe. Remus swallowed the urge to yawn and tried to focus on his meeting with Brian. They were in Brian's office in a wonderful old building just off Diagon Alley. The office was large but unpretentious. It suited Brian. There was a large bay window, letting sunlight flood across the sturdy desk and comfortable chairs. The bookcases that lined the room were filed with legal books and journals. "Everything go as planned, with obtaining custody of the boy?" Brian asked as he reviewed the parchments in front of him. "Pretty much," Remus replied, recalling the previous evening with satisfaction before his mind drifted to earlier that morning. He'd bundled a newly de-aged Sirius and Harry into a car they'd hired at 5 o'clock to drive them to the airport. They'd both tugged at his heartstrings. It had been like looking at what could have been had Sirius taken guardianship when Harry was a baby. Harry had made a very cute, sleepy 5-year-old. Sirius had made a very dangerous-looking 27-year-old. Remus had insisted on taking a photo. "He's a remarkable 13-year-old boy if he didn't kick up a fuss about being sent to a health clinic," Brian said dryly, setting the parchments aside. Remus grinned. "Ah, well, we might have led him to believe it's mostly for Sirius's benefit, and the most he'll get is a check-up, and then he can have a holiday." Sneaky. It was a bit of a conversational landmine, Remus recalled. Sirius had handled it well. In fact, Sirius had handled the whole evening with remarkable skill, only faltering over the topic of Dumbledore momentarily. Remus was proud of him. When Sirius was healed, he was going to be a fantastic father to Harry. And Sirius did need healing. Remus had caught him drifting mid-sentence, staring off into space with a haunted expression. He was skin and bones despite Creature's cooking and the nutrient potions. The house elf insisted Sirius drink every morning. But for all that, Sirius was surprisingly focused on one thing, Harry. James would be proud of Sirius, and how he'd embraced his role as Harry's godfather, Remus thought fondly. Lily, on the other hand, would be open-mouthed in disbelief at Sirius's transformation from a somewhat reckless youth. Remus was only saddened that Sirius hadn't been given the opportunity to transform 12 years before. The confirmation that there had been no trial hadn't been a shock to them, but it was still a blow. Sirius had spent the day after hearing the news in a fury. Remus had channeled his anger into going over their plan with a fine tooth-comb so nothing could go wrong. It had been hard the previous evening trying to explain to Harry their anger at Almus without listing the growing complaints they had against him, the primary of which was Harry's treatment at the hands of the Dursleys. Remus had a feeling that Harry needed to be healed as much as Sirius. His size and stature spoke of malnutrition, and given the way he had broken down when Sirius had confirmed he was Harry's guardian and wanted him, Merlin, Remus had never felt so useless. "Did you get a chance to ask the young man about prosecuting his relatives?" Ryan asked. If Remus hadn't known his lycanthropy-blocked mind-reading of any description, he'd have been worried that Brian had picked the topic straight out of his head. He sighed and nodded. He said, and I quote, "I just want shot of them. Sirius and I are agreed that they won't come near him again, so that's done." "Ah. Well, can't blame the boy, and it's probably for the best. A prosecution would have been an ordeal for him." Brian murmured. "I assume you looked at the report compiled by Amelia Bones." "Actually, no." Remus shook his head. "Sirius took a copy for the healers at the clinic, but he wouldn't read it. He said Harry would talk to us when he was ready. I won't read it because I fear if I do, I'll hex the Dursleys if I have to deal with them again." Brian raised an eyebrow. "Some would say they deserve it." "They'll get their comeuppance eventually," Remus promised fiercely. "Sirius and I will ensure it once Harry is of age, and Petunia can't even remotely threaten to take Harry away from Sirius." "You think they'll try and reverse the guardianship?" "It's unlikely, but I'm not ruling it out," Remus said, "mostly because I wouldn't put it past Vernon Dursley to realize that if they got a new house for Harry that they could potentially extort more. I assume that Black would prosecute them for extortion in that case," Brian said, picking up the cup on his desk. Remus nodded, draining his own cup of tea. Sirius would, if Remus had anything to say about it. "A topic for another day," he said, knowing that meandered from the purpose of the meeting. "Are we organized for the press this week?" Brian nodded. "Everything's been arranged. There'll be a press feature tomorrow reminding people of Sirius's efforts during the last war, his friendship with the Potters, and hopefully various statements from friends and supporters once the news breaks today about his innocence. The day after that, the press will have the escape story emphasizing the want to protect Harry, and the day after that, the Ministry will announce its decision that Sirius has been awarded guardianship." Remus said, relieved everything was in place. "Yes." Brian brushed off his robes absently. "And don't think I won't be charging Black Danger money for having to go into the Ministry every day." Remus smiled at him. "Well, I could do it, but his senior undersecretary is likely to panic when she realizes I'm a werewolf." Brian harumphed with laughter. "Merlin, but she's a toad. How Dolores ever got that position?" He shook his head. "You know it's going to cause a bit of a storm that Lord Black has a werewolf as his steward when your condition leaks out to the press. The Light will assume that it's a confirmation he's dark because he's hiring a dark creature, and the Dark will assume that it's a confirmation that he's light because he's not discriminating against werewolves." Remus's lips twitched. "Sirius is looking forward to confounding people, I think. I won't care for the publicity, although it will help promote Sirius's political agenda. But frankly, making sure Sirius and Harry have a good life is my only objective." "And a good objective it is, too," Brian agreed, raising his cup in a silent toast. "Moving on to other legal matters, I've spoken with Liam Arkham, and we've come to a gentleman's agreement over the Potter's will, as they were the original solicitors of record. He has submitted the paperwork we completed when Amelia agreed to act as executor to get the guardianship through. The outstanding bequests will go through within the next couple of days, and there'll be a will reading. He gave me a letter to forward to Sirius. I assume it's a proposal for resuming their role as the Potter solicitors. You obviously have our proposal. Mary Barron is very good, and we can maintain separation to ensure there is no conflict of interest." Remus took the letter and popped it into his briefcase. Arkham was a good firm, but Sirius hadn't been impressed that they'd allowed the will to go missing in the first place and effectively condemned Harry to the Dursleys. Regardless of Sirius's situation, and the Longbottoms' Minerva McGonagall, who had been a close friend of James's mother, had been named as an alternative guardian for Harry, as had Andromeda Tonks, a distant cousin to James as a former member of the House of Black before her marriage to a Muggle-born, but one who he had known through Sirius. However, Sirius was determined that Harry needed to have input into who would represent him, and so had decided Harry would meet with the candidates and they'd discuss it, something Brian already knew. "Anything else to discuss today?" Remus asked, glancing towards the clock. He wanted to get to Gringotts before the Ministry press conference. "Just a reminder that we need to confirm Lord Black's plans for the Black family meeting if he wants to go ahead with his schedule." Remus grimaced. "The Lestranges are a certainty. You can prepare the dissolution of the marriage and disownment papers. The Tonks are also a certainty to be reinstated." "And the Malfoys? That's the difficult one," Remus confessed. "Do we leave Malfoy in place and use the Black primacy to keep him in line, or take him out of the equation and risk someone else manoeuvring into the vacuum Malfoy leaves?" "Better the devil we know," Brian questioned with a nod. "I can understand that." Remus pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Prepare dissolution of marriage and disownment papers. Sirius may use them, he may not, but at least they'll be ready." Brian nodded. "And adoption papers? Prepare them," Remus said simply. He rather thought Harry would want the security of being adopted by Sirius. Brian made a note, and Remus got to his feet, straightening out his robes. Sirius had insisted on buying Remus some new clothing, and Remus had acquiesced, knowing he needed to look the part as steward for Lord Black. He bade farewell to Brian and made his way out of the building and down Diagon Alley towards Gringotts. He was actually surprised how much he was enjoying his new position. He and Sirius had worked out the details the day after they'd been reunited. In truth, although Remus held the title of steward, his responsibilities would be fluid, dependent on Sirius's and Harry's needs. Primarily, Remus was going to be taking care of the financials and estate management, while Sirius took care of the politics. Sirius had also made it clear that he expected Remus to help him protect and guide Harry, to resume his place as Uncle Moony. Remus was thrilled. Remus had moved into Grimmauld Place for convenience, and rented out his old flat in Oxford to two very nice students who were beginning their masters in the autumn at the university and wanted to stay over the summer. The new house in Hampshire would be ready by the time Sirius and Harry returned from the States, and Remus was looking forward to moving into their new home. He'd spend the full moons locked away in his room at Grimmauld Place, though. Despite Sirius ensuring Remus had the money to buy Wolfsbane, Remus wouldn't be anywhere near Harry when he transformed, and he'd made Sirius promise not to argue with him about it. The last full moon had almost been too close as it was. Gringotts was buzzing with people, and Remus made his way to a teller. He informed briskly that he was there for a meeting with the family accounts manager, and a goblin was called to take him. They made their way the stairs to the offices, and Remus found himself ushered into a large room where Kibbold awaited him. They'd already been through the process once for the Black accounts. "Documentation," Kibbold said crisply. Remus immediately drew out the relevant parchments from his case and handed them to the goblin, the Potter's will, the guardianship award of Harry to Sirius, and his own appointment as steward. Kibbold grunted. "Gringotts acknowledges that you or Lord Black will represent the Potter heir in financial dealings concerning his estate going forward." He reached into a box on the desk and drew out a bronze key. "You should present this in future." Remus carefully pocketed it. "I want the current records and the portkeys to the various properties." Kibbold harumphed, but walked over to the large filing cabinet and withdrew a file. He handed it to Remus. "Same procedure as Black. Tap the parchment with your wand and request details of the vault or property. Current information defaults to a summary." Remus nodded and placed the file in his case as Kibble went over to a safe and pulled out a box with the portkeys. He handed it to Remus, who stowed it away. "They won't work until Potter claims his ring to lift the death Fidelius," Kibble said bluntly. "Arnold Asquith is the Wizard financial manager of record. Will you want to fire him?" "I'll want to meet with him once I've reviewed the records, say tomorrow at 1, Remus said. They'd already fired the black financial manager and replaced him with a goblin called Poon on Kibble's recommendation. Poon was a genius with figures and a voracious appetite for profit. Sirius was liquidating any investment that looked the least bit shady and reinvesting in better businesses. Kibble grunted again. "I'll inform appointments." Remus said politely and left without further pleasantries. He made his way to the leaky cauldron to get to the Ministry of Magic. The atrium was heaving when Remus stepped out of the flue. He could see the raised dais which had been put up ready for the press conference, and the milling press already taking their seats. Amelia Bones was chatting to Brian and Alastor Moody in a corner. Remus unashamedly hid behind a pot plant, not wanting to call attention to his presence. Fudge entered, and Remus's eyes widened at the sight of Albus trailing after him. If Albus had screwed up Sirius's freedom in any way, Remus would kill him. Fudge ignored the chief warlock and walked up the steps to the dais. His entourage of the department heads stopped at the foot of the steps, with the exception being Amelia Bones, who made her way up them to stand just behind Fudge. The head aura, Rufus Scrimger, hovered just at the other side of the dais. Other red-robed auras patrolled. Many of the ministry employees gathered for the show. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the press, concerned citizens." Fudge began pompously from the lectern. "I have a statement to read, and then you may ask questions." Remus wasn't surprised as the crowd erupted in whispers after the first few sentences. Fudge had to call for order after declaring Sirius innocent, and again after declaring Wormtail alive and wanted. Remus glanced at Albus and found a stunned expression adorning the face of the headmaster. He had evidently not known what Fudge was going to announce. "Questions?" Fudge asked, placing the statement down. He pointed at a reporter in the first row. "Rita Skeeter, Minister for the Daily Prophet," Rita said loudly. "Are you absolutely certain Black is innocent?" Fudge leaned over the lectern and nodded gravely. Director Bones conducted a thorough investigation. The physical evidence clears Black of the explosion that killed the Muggles. Pettigrew was seen alive by witnesses, including Harry Potter at Hogwarts at the time of Black's capture there. Further, they heard Pettigrew confess to betraying the Potters to you-know-who. Sirius Black is innocent. "But what about his reputation as the right hand of you-know-who?" another reporter shouted. Unfortunately, articles and books written after the end of the war assumed facts not in evidence based on Black's arrest for the deaths of the Potters, Pettigrew, and the Muggles. Fudge replied carefully. "In fact, I was reminded that as a hit wizard in the employ of the Ministry, Sirius Black was responsible for the arrest and takedown of many Death Eaters before the defeat of you-know-who. Not only that, but he was a most trusted friend of James and Lily Potter, who made him the godfather of their only son, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The Ministry shares its part in the horrendous damage done to Mr. Black's reputation, and has made reparations." "Where is Black now?" asked a male reporter from the front row. "Our sources place him abroad," Fudge said simply. "We reiterate that we would welcome him back to Britain should he choose to return." Rita stood up to regain the minister's attention. "Will actions be taken against those in the Ministry and Wizengamot who oversaw this terrible miscarriage of justice against former hit wizard Black?" Her gaze shifted to Dumbledore, and then to Barty Crouch, who glared at her. Fudge cleared his throat. "We have to remember that it was a time of war and chaos. The Ministry was operating under special authorities. Of course, Mr. Black should have had a trial where his innocence could have been established, absolutely no question about it, but we understand that it was overlooked because of circumstance." He paused. I believe we should focus instead on two things. Firstly, trusting that the current administration has seen to it that justice has prevailed, and secondly, placing our efforts into capturing the real traitor and murderer, the rat, Peter Pettigrew. That will be all for today." He gave a nod and exited the dais. A smattering of applause followed in his wake. Remus let the crowd drift into a mass before he sneaked out from the pot-plant and started to make his way to the flue. Albus appeared so quickly in front of him that Remus almost charged into him. "Remus! How delightful to see you here!" "Albus." Remus smiled politely and caught his breath. "How are you?" "Fine, my dear boy," Albus said, waving away the question even as he cast a privacy bubble. "I didn't realize you'd been invited." "I wasn't." Remus hastened to correct that idea. "I heard about it, though, and, well, I couldn't not be here." He winced at his ungrammatical statement. "Of course you couldn't," Albus agreed, "and it is a remarkable turnaround by Cornelius." For the first time ever Remus heard Albus sound somewhat bewildered. "That has to be seen and heard to be believed. I assume, though, that you were interviewed?" "Under the usual oath of confidentiality," Remus confirmed smoothly. "I doubt the Ministry will let anyone but Harry's name be released." "Possibly not," Albus demurred. "Talking of Harry, I should write to him and let him know. I know he was interviewed, so he's probably champing at the bit to know the result." Remus said brightly and somewhat mischievously. "Let me handle that, dear boy," Albus said quickly. "Harry is currently away with the Dursleys due to a family emergency, and they won't appreciate owl-posts in the presence of other muggles." "I'm sure you know best," Remus said dryly, silently celebrating that their cover story for the Dursleys' departure from Privet Drive had worked. Albus smiled, apparently satisfied with Remus's compliance. "I don't suppose you know where Sirius is?" "I'd be happy to collect him and let him know he can return." "Somewhere abroad, but I don't know the exact location," Remus replied promptly. Which was the truth. He had no idea where the plane was at that exact moment. Ah! Albus didn't seem that upset, and Remus knew Albus was weighing searching out Sirius and convincing him that he knew best where Harry was concerned, with waiting until Sirius surfaced. "Well, perhaps with all the foreign press Cornelius has arranged, he will be in touch sooner rather than later." Remus inclined his head. Albus suddenly turned to his left, and Remus saw Alistair Moody gesturing at Albus to take down the bubble. Albus did so quickly. "Albus!" Alastor growled. "Alastor!" Albus greeted him warmly. "It's good to see you." "May I introduce the outgoing Professor of Defence Against the Dark Arts with the incoming? Remus, you remember Alastor Moody?" "Pleased to meet you again," Remus said automatically. "It's been some time." "A long time." Alastor regarded him stiffly before relaxing and taking his hand. "Are you free to go over the details of what you covered in class, and where you think the students are at with me?" "I can't today, and my new job keeps me busy," Remus replied. "But I could spare a lunch, say the day after tomorrow, 1 o'clock at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade." "Agreed." Alastor said, "It's good to hear you found something so quickly, despite how things ended at Hogwarts." Albus said warmly, "I'm certain Severus didn't mean—" "Albus," Remus cut across him sharply, "Severus has never acted without knowing exactly what he means to do." He took a breath as Albus blinked in shock at Remus daring to speak out. "I will admit I deserved to lose my position after forgetting my wolfsbane, but one can only hope that ousting me from Hogwarts is enough vengeance for him. As it stands, I can assure you that Sirius, when he does return, will not take kindly to Severus's treatment of Harry, and please don't deny it. Severus's unprofessional behaviour is common knowledge among the students and staff, and frankly, Severus will deserve everything Sirius will do to him, and I hope I get to watch." He turned to Alastor. "I look forward to our lunch." "As do I," replied Alastor dryly. "Good day, Albus," Remus said politely. He sidestepped his old headmaster and strode towards the flue, feeling liberated. "Oh!" Sirius struggled with juggling the backpack, Harry's backpack, the documentation the Muggle customs wanted, and Harry, who was fast asleep. They were meant to be disembarking. "Here, let me help you, Cheryl." The elderly woman who'd sat across the aisle from them in the plane reached over and took Harry's backpack before the hovering air stewardess could intervene. "Basil, take the other bag." Her husband smiled at Sirius. "You might as well give it to me, otherwise she'll just punish us both." Sirius gave away the bag and adjusted his hold on Harry as they made their way off the plane and down a sterile corridor. "It's very kind of you both." "Nonsense." Cheryl stroked a hand over Harry's head. "He's a lovely boy." 5-year-old Harry had charmed the pants off every woman in the first-class section where they'd been seated. He had been polite and adorable. He'd loved the children's movie they'd played, had loved the food, and had taken great enjoyment in the children's play-pack that the stewardess had given them a few minutes into the flight. In truth, Sirius had enjoyed the play-pack too, and watching Harry enjoy it, it had felt like something they'd both missed out on had been returned to them. There was also a plush, soft teddy bear wearing the airline's colors that Harry hadn't let go of when he'd fallen asleep. Apparently being 5 was tiring, which made sense because taking care of a 5-year-old was exhausting. Before he knew it, Cheryl and Basil were helping Sirius through customs and into baggage where Harry woke up. They finally separated as they walked into arrivals, Cheryl and Basil being greeted by their daughter, while Sirius caught sight of a sign for his alias. He pushed the trolley holding their luggage and walked Harry over carefully, ensuring his body was between him and the middle-aged bald man holding up the placard. "The Valley Clinic?" "Indeed." The driver's blue eyes twinkled. "And you must be our new client." His gaze flickered to Harry. "Or should I say clients?" Sirius automatically tensed. The driver's gaze returned to him with a twinkle in the depths. "Your Uncle Alphard was quite the character. What was his motto again? Something about being up to no good." Sirius relaxed slightly at the mention of his uncle, and his trademark saying that Sirius had stolen for the Marauders. "Sorry, it's been a long trip." "Yes, travel by plane is tiring, I'm led to believe. Call me Mick." The driver subtly pushed Sirius aside and took ownership of the trolley. They walked out into the windy city of Chicago, and Sirius was glad he'd thought to put on his jacket. He paused and crouched down beside Harry. "Cold?" Harry nodded, ducking his head shyly. Sirius helped zip up the jacket Harry wore and took Harry's hand as they caught up with the waiting Mick. The car was a luxury sedan. Mick wasn't surprised to see Sirius take the back seat with Harry. Sirius helped Harry into the seatbelt and ensured it was secure. "The valley is a good 3-hour journey," Mick said. Sirius entranced Harry with the Who Can Spot the Most Red Cars game by telling him Lily had made him play it when they'd gone Muggle travelling. When Harry got tired and grumpy, Mick pointed out the water and food for them, stored in a cooler. Harry was asleep again as soon as he'd eaten. Sirius resisted the urge to pull him out of the seatbelt and into his lap. He settled for stroking a hand through Harry's hair. 5-year-old Harry was happy to hold Sirius's hand or be held by him for a cuddle. But the potion would run out shortly, and they'd be back to their usual ages, and Sirius didn't want to be. He wanted the years back. He wanted his godson to have his childhood, and he wanted to watch Harry take all the important milestone steps, just as Sirius had sometimes dreamed in Azkaban. He took deep breath after deep breath to center himself again. He also recognized that 13-year-old Harry was in some ways much more challenging to deal with, harder to get to know. He'd thanked Remus profusely for helping with Harry the night before. 13-year-old Harry, almost 14, was right on the precipice that separated the child from the man he needed, the love of a parent, the security of one. But he would rebel quickly at being restricted by one even for his own protection. Sirius knew they'd have to navigate some compromises between Sirius's need to protect Harry and Harry's need to assert his independence. The car pulled off the highway and into the countryside. Sirius watched carefully, alert to anything suspicious. A set of gates seemed to appear from nowhere, and Mick drove through them and into a beautiful estate of lush green grass, leafy woodland, and perfect blue skies, just as his Uncle Alfred had described. Sirius knew Alfred had been fascinated by the history and the time bubble magic. The valley belonged to a tribe of Native American wizards. It had been originally believed that the time bubble had been created as a response to the invading European armies. Men went into the valley and returned a week later as old men, or didn't return at all. But Alfred had learned from the tribe elders that the time bubble had always been there, and the tribe had settled within it to safeguard it, eventually being able to overcome the temporal effects themselves through amulets that kept them temporally in sync with the outside world. Ultimately, they had specialized in healing magic and welcomed others of all faiths and backgrounds who wanted to do the same. The valley had become known as a place where, if someone was badly injured or diseased, they could seek treatment, spending days healing but only losing a week in normal time. As the world advanced, the valley became an exclusive healing clinic that specialized in difficult cases and catering to people with money to spare. They pulled up in front of a tall white building with a glass front. Sirius woke Harry and Mick, swiftly escorted them inside to the waiting healer. He bowed in front of the grey-haired Native American man. "Healer Blackhawk." Blackhawk's gaze raked over Sirius. "Lord Black, I will reverse the de-aging potion on you and your charge with your permission." Sirius nodded quickly. Blackhawk quietly radiated power in the same Dumbledore did. He felt the wash of magic, and his skin rippled uncomfortably for a moment before it resettled. Beside him he felt Harry morph back into his teenage state, clothes transfiguring along with him. Blackhawk smiled kindly at Sirius. "Your uncle was a good man, and I very much enjoyed our time together. I knew then you would one day seek our help." "Thank you for welcoming us," Sirius said, uncertain what else to say. The healer turned his attention to Harry. "It is good to meet you, Harry Potter," he said solemnly. "We have long expected you." Sirius frowned at Blackhawk's greeting and moved closer to his godson. Harry didn't object, and he smiled uncertainly at the healer. "Ah, hello," Harry said politely, fidgeted with the backpack he held. "You understand you are now within the temporal bubble," Blackhawk informed them briskly. "However much time you spend here, be it 5 minutes or 5 months, a week will have transpired in the outside world when you leave." Sirius nodded along with Harry. "We understand." "Good." Blackhawk led them through the reception area and through a door which opened up into a wide courtyard. Sirius was a little wary at the lack of any other people. Blackhawk saw him looking around and smiled. "In the clinic you will see and hear no one but those assigned to your care, and no one else will see you and hear you." "Wow," Harry said, impressed as Sirius was. "You are entitled to your privacy, Mr. Potter?" "Thank you." Harry was sincere, and his words heartfelt. "Yes, thank you." Sirius echoed, because he was pleased at the protection of Harry's identity. Harry grinned quickly at Sirius in a shared moment of satisfaction. Blackhawk led them into the building to their right, and into a warm and friendly room. A sitting area was off to the left, and a table set out with food to the right. "This is my consulting room. Please both of you take a seat and have some refreshments. You have had a long journey. There is a bathroom if you wish to freshen up." He left them to it, and they made short work of the sandwiches and juice. Sirius urged Harry into cleaning up, and then made use of the bathroom himself. He felt grimy. He wanted a shower and bed. He made do and went back into the room just as Blackhawk rejoined them with a woman who reminded him of McGonagall and was introduced as Dr. Helen Jordan. They sat on sofas facing each other, the healers on one side, Sirius and Harry on the other. Blackhawk gestured at Sirius. "We will discuss your treatment afterwards, Lord Black. I would like to first discuss your wards." "Shouldn't there be scans first?" Harry asked, perplexed. He instinctively shifted closer to Sirius. Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. "I have to admit to the same question. All the scans were performed passively during the time you've already spent in this room," Jordan said kindly. "Saves time," quipped Sirius, a little disturbed that they'd been monitored and assessed without his knowledge. Blackhawk returned his gaze to Sirius. It is normally our practice to discuss treatment with the child present, if that's okay with you." Sirius could almost feel Harry bristling at being called a child. "Harry's a young man rather than a child, I think." He looked at his godson. "Are you okay with staying?" "I'll stay," Harry said immediately. They both turned back to Black Hawk with expectant looks. "We'll start with the minor and work our way up to the major," Black Hawk explained. He indicated that Jordan should take over. Sirius felt Harry tensing under his hand, but he didn't remove it. He kept it there, a silent sign that he was there for Harry. "Mr. Potter," Jordan began. "Harry, please—" Harry interrupted. She smiled gently. "Harry, you have some malnutrition and physical weakness caused by poor diet. We can easily fix this with potions and a better diet going forward. We also incorporate Muggle techniques in our healing, hence why I'm a doctor as well as a healer. We want to build up your physical fitness, so there'll be an exercise program for you to do. It'll get you in tip-top shape for Quidditch. How does that sound so far?" "Okay," Harry said warily, and Sirius knew that he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Jordan smiled kindly. "We also believe that it would be a good idea for you to see a mind healer and learn some defensive mind magic." Sirius had to hand it to them. Harry would have protested at the words mind healer, but for that last dangling carrot. "Defensive mind magic?" Harry asked eagerly. "An art called occlumency," Jordan said. "It helps to keep your secrets and your mind safe. It would offer another layer of protection against Dementors." "Brilliant!" Harry proclaimed with relief. He shared a glance with Sirius, an acknowledgment that Harry would be learning something they had already discussed. Sirius squeezed his shoulder a touch as Jordan glanced at Black Hawk. "There is also something our scans found we need to discuss with you to determine a path forward," Black Hawk said solemnly. Harry tensed straight back up, and Sirius's eyes narrowed on Black Hawk. "I do not know if you are aware, but your father and mother invoked a spell that placed a protective barrier around you," Black Hawk began. "Yes, that is, I was attacked in my first year, and the headmaster said my mother's love protected me," Harry said quietly. "Is that what you mean?" "In part," Black Hawk agreed. "The spell is powered by your your family magic, so he must have called it forth and sent it to your mother somehow." Sirius's eyes widened. Family magic was used to bind oaths and judge the breaking of them. It was an additional power source, but only for the head of house. It had been the reason why James had been able to ensure he and Lily survived 3 encounters with Voldemort. How had James convinced the magic to power a spell Lily had cast? "However," Black Hawk continued, "the spell itself works only if a mother sacrifices her own life, for her child, and her love for you was the reason she could make that sacrifice." Sirius watched anxiously as Harry considered Black Hawk's description, Harry's hands twisting anxiously in his lap. "When the Dementors, I hear them, Dad telling her to take me and run, and Mum begging Voldemort to leave me and kill her instead," Harry said softly. "He told her to stand aside, but she wouldn't." Sirius's heart just about broke. "Of course she wouldn't," he said gently. "She loved you very much." He pulled him into a half-hug, and was surprised when Harry didn't resist the comfort. "Your family magic must be very powerful," Jordan offered, "because the magic invoked is incredibly complex. All around you is a magical barrier. The one who tried to kill you would never be able to touch you." "He couldn't," Harry admitted ruefully, his eyes downcast. "A couple of years ago Voldemort possessed someone who attacked me, and I think my protection killed him, the man. Even though the headmaster said it was the possession that did it." "Possession is a tricky business." Black Hawk jumped in before Sirius could. "It is likely that Albus Dumbledore was correct that this host would not have survived, no matter that your protection did what it was meant to do and saved you." "Think of it this way, Harry," Sirius said, ignoring the look of alarm that Jordan wore with Harry's claim that Voldemort had possessed someone. "Your Hogwarts and your folks surrounded you with a forbidden forest to protect you. Just because the forest did its job and kept someone from harming you, it doesn't make it your fault that they came to harm. Understand? It was not your fault." Harry drew in a deep breath and nodded shakily. Sirius wondered if it was the first time he had talked about his experience, and glanced over at Jordan, who nodded in understanding. It would be addressed in Harry's treatment. Sirius turned his attention back to Black Hawk. "You're concerned about the protection in some way?" "No, not at all," Jordan hurried to reassure him. "The protection actually increases his natural healing abilities and helps his magic. What we wish to discuss is the crack in the protection." Black Hawk explained, his eyes shifting to Harry's forehead. Harry lifted up his fringe and fingered his scar. Sirius was beginning to regret giving Harry the option to stay. "Exactly," Black Hawk said approvingly. "This is where Voldemort struck you with the killing curse, yes? Unfortunately, nothing can stop the killing curse except dodging it, or a heavy object thrown into its path, or a huge wave of raw magic that throws it off course. Most wizards do not have the power required for the latter two defenses. The curse came into contact with the barrier, and where it impacted it, heated up the barrier and created your scar. Because you were scared and hurt, we think you must have sent out a huge wave of accidental magic, which combined with the protection pushed the curse back towards Voldemort and destroyed his body." Jordan continued. Sirius rubbed Harry's back to soothe him as his godson shifted restlessly, agitated by the discussion. "So what's the problem with my scar?" Harry asked bluntly, wanting to get to the point. "Can you get rid of it?" "We have detected a dark residue of magic around your scar, with the signature of your enemy," Black Hawk admitted. "It's okay, Harry." Sirius kept his arm around Harry, who had flinched and glared at Black Hawk, who looked back serenely. "You can rid him of this residue." He had a horrible suspicion of what it was exactly, but Harry did not need to know that he could be carrying around a part of Voldemort's soul. Black Hawk inclined his head. "We will need to drain his magical core to a low level to pry the residue free. Once it is gone, then we can clean the scar with healing and restore his magic. However, there is the consideration that it provides a connection to the enemy." He paused. "I believe if your enemy is weak, the connection is dormant, but perhaps you would feel pain around your scar in your enemy's presence." Harry nodded swiftly. "If your enemy were to grow stronger, the connection may expand and provide you with visions of your enemy's movements," Black Hawk said. "It could provide an advantage. It is also an area of vulnerability, because just as you see him, he may see you." Sirius felt Harry tremble against him, and shifted so he was facing Harry fully, his hands over Harry's. "Harry, look at me." Harry lifted his eyes slowly until they met Sirius's. "I said we would discuss important things before making a decision, didn't I? What do you honestly want to do?" Sirius asked simply. "Get rid of it." Harry blurted out, and Sirius felt a rush of relief. I don't want any kind of connection to him, but—" "No buts," Sirius said firmly. "We're in complete agreement." He squeezed Harry's hands, and despite wanting to pull Harry into a hug regardless of their audience, he knew the 13-year-old boy would hate it if he did. Sirius moved back to his previous position, but put his arm around his godson's shoulders. "We'll do the procedure to cleanse his scar." Black Hawk nodded, and Sirius could see the approval in the old wizard's eyes. "There is one other additional problem we have, and that is a childhood binding on Harry's magical core," Jordan added. Sirius frowned. "James placed one when he was about 4 months old, I think. Lily didn't want to, but he was displaying a lot of magic, doing spontaneous transfigurations, actually, and James eventually convinced her that if they didn't, Harry might harm himself or them accidentally." Harry perked up at the story of his babyhood, but he was too pale, and Sirius could see the fear in his eyes. The connection business scared him, and Sirius couldn't blame him. It was scary. The healer who oversaw it said that the binding would fade around the time Harry turned 10. Sirius added, confused. "That binding has indeed faded." Jordan replied, "No, there is a second binding which was performed when he was 15 months old. It restricts the power he can consciously access." This binding has ensured the dark residue would not grow stronger than the child. Black Hawk explained, "It has the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore! Sirius gritted his teeth and tried to control his rising fury. Remus had been wrong, he realized. Dumbledore didn't think Harry was average, and had nothing to do with getting rid of Voldemort. No, Dumbledore had known Harry had power, but the meddling old coot had found the soul fragment, and rather than getting rid of it, he had bound Harry's core, presumably because Dumbledore had wanted the advantage of the connection. Sirius felt his control slipping and wrestled it back. Harry, he reminded himself, Harry needed him to be calm. "But it needs to be removed," Black Hawk continued, "so we propose to remove the binding once the cleansing is complete." "Agreed," Sirius said quickly. "We'll assess any power issues after the binding is taken away," Jordan said. Black Hawk regarded both Harry and Sirius thoughtfully. "You must be exhausted from your journey. Perhaps we should discuss your treatment tomorrow, Lord Black." "It's serious," Sirius answered. "And yes, resting and settling in sounds like a good idea." He gave Harry a reassuring smile as they got to their feet. Everything was going to be okay. They'd get rid of the dark stain of Voldemort and get Harry his power back, get him healthy. And then Sirius was going to think of a suitable way to totally destroy Albus Dumbledore. Sirius Black, our forgotten hero, Rita Skeeter, with yesterday's shocking news that Sirius Black is innocent. We at the Daily Prophet have returned to the beginning to find out who the real Sirius Black is and what might have motivated those in power to incarcerate an innocent man. Black was the eldest son of Orion and Walburga. Black, the first Black in history to be sorted at Hogwarts into Gryffindor. There he made friends with James Potter, a distant cousin through Dorea Black. He and Potter were considered inseparable throughout their school days. Head of Gryffindor Minerva McGonagall recalls that it was as though they shared the same brain. At the age of 16, Black left his family after a disagreement over their open support of you-know-who, and was given sanctuary by the Potters, a family that had always stood for the light. Another friend of the Potters, Amos Diggory, notes, "Black was Potter's brother in all but blood." After graduating overall top of his class, Black joined the Hit Wizards, partnering with Potter during training. Ex-senior Aura, Alastor Moody, his training instructor, remembers, "Black was a great Hit Wizard, the best. There was nobody better at taking down Death Eaters. Indeed, Black was so good he was promoted quickly and is the officer of record for 18 Death Eater executions in battle." In his personal life, Black was linked with several witches. Polly Bell remembers fondly, "After James and Lily wed, Lily went on a bit of a matchmaking exercise for Black, trying to get him to settle down. I think he went on the dates to make her happy. He'd stood by James as his best man, you see. Black had a bit of a reputation as a rake, but the ladies we spoke to recalled a perfect gentleman." In late 1980, Black was captured by Death Eaters while undercover abroad. His rescue was shrouded in secrecy, although 10 of the executions mentioned above are listed around the same time, and he was badly injured. He recuperated with the Potters, and after the birth of their son, Harry, was named as godfather. Healer Clarence Abbey told the Prophet that Black was actually present at the birth, and it was he who handed his godson to the proud mother and father. He doted on the child. Anyone could see it. It is on this latter point that one wonders if Black's swift exile to Azkaban following the events of October 31, 1981, was less to do with his guilt, and more to do with determining the future of the boy who lived. With Black removed from the equation, the orphaned Harry was placed in the Muggle world, and strangely, Black's sacrifices during the war, his long stand against you-know-who, and his deep friendship with the Potters were all swept under the carpet. Rumours abound that now that Black has been declared innocent, he will sue for the custody of Harry Potter and return him fully to our world. We at the Prophet wish him every success and welcome our forgotten hero home. Remus wondered if he should feel slightly nauseous at the outpouring of simpering as he folded the paper and tossed it to the side. Brian's press strategy was going well, though, and the seeds had been planted for the announcement of Harry's guardianship. He wondered if Albus had felt sick reading the Prophet that morning. He hoped so. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He really had to get over his anger at Albus. He did owe the old wizard for providing him with a magical education, and Albus was a great wizard who was deserving of his respect. Except in the matter of Harry and Sirius, he wasn't sure that he'd ever be able to forgive Albus for the Dursleys, and for not checking whether Sirius had received a trial and condemning him to 12 years of hell. Yes, Remus thought dryly, he was doing really well at getting over his anger at Albus. He glanced at the clock and pulled the Potter file back towards him. He had fired the financial manager earlier that afternoon and put Poon in charge. The good news was that the main bulk of the estate had gone into lockdown. Moneys were supplied to the various caretakers of the properties for maintenance, but nothing substantial. The investment portfolio, though, had been left to rot from what Remus could gather. A lot of money had been lost. The outlook wasn't too bad. Harry was still wealthy. But if it had been left until Harry had reached 17, Remus believed Harry's estate would have been halved in value. Gibbold had been as unimpressed as Remus when he had explained the reasons behind the termination. He put the Potter file aside and started to go through the mail that had arrived. It had been almost a week since Sirius had informed the Black family members that there was a new Lord Black. They had been told to reply back, care of Gringotts, and Remus had collected the mail while he had been there. Most of the distant relatives already had a head of house in a good position to serve them, such as the Weasleys, and so Sirius had ignored those for when his identity would be announced. But Remus had been impressed at how he had tracked down other relatives who were not so lucky, or who had been blasted from the tree. Dear Lord Black, or should that be cousin? Thanks for the recent letter to touch base and see what the Hitchins clan is up to in Canada. There's just me and my sister Fiona now. Fee married last year to a woman called Ola. They're both happy and thinking of adopting a baby. I'm married to a beautiful woman myself, Joanne. We have 3 Rugrats, Amy and twins, Billy and Ray. Amy is 12 and attends a special school for the gifted in Vancouver. We're very proud of her. Billy and Ray are still in kindergarten, but are great kids. We'd love to stay in touch. Joe's thrilled at the idea we're related to an English lord. Cheers, Rob Hitchins. The marriage of Isla Black to a Muggle man called Hitchins had started the line from the Black perspective, but it hadn't produced a magical offspring as far as Sirius could tell. Rob Hitchins, Isla's descendant, was a Muggle working for a consultancy firm, but it hadn't stopped Sirius from sending his "Are you okay?" letter. As Sirius pointed out, his mother was probably rolling in her grave. Remus read over the letter again and noted the phrasing around the girl's schooling. It was the usual cover story for magic. Sirius would want to investigate more. "Sirius, you old dog, you can't fool me. The news of your innocence just reached me via international law enforcement channels. I'm glad you're the Lord, and I expect you'll redecorate the whole house. Australia is great. Uncle Alfred was right about that. You really should have come with me. I'm a respectable senior aura here in Sydney these days, married Anna, a Muggle-born, 2 years ago, and she just gave birth to my firstborn, Jason. My sister Emile is still in France, married a pure-blood bastard, and gave birth to 1. Let's say no more about that. I should warn you that she may approach you for a rapprochement. My younger half-sister Susie is a squib like old departed Dad, and looks after the evil step. Mother, who is still alive, moors the pity in living at the old place just outside Paris. No hubby on the horizon, but Susie's a good girl. Yeah, we should probably arrange a call to discuss matters. Now you've pointed it out to me, I wouldn't want someone like Malfoy getting hold of anything if you were to unexpectedly die either. Give me a shout when you're available. Simeon Black." Remus laughed out loud and set the letter aside for Sirius to read. He knew Simeon Marius Black's son was Sirius's choice to become regent of the House of Black in the event of his untimely death. Separate arrangements would be made in respect of Harry's guardianship and the House of Potter. But Simeon would effectively take financial and political control until Harry Sirius's legally declared heir came of age. It sounded like Simeon and Sirius were fairly similar. Sirius had admitted that they were about the same age, and Alfred had introduced them when Sirius was 8. Simeon and he had apparently been on-off pen pals until Simeon had left France just after Sirius had graduated from Hogwarts. "Lord Black, my thanks for your recent announcement and inquiry. I do not require the assistance of the House of Black. My great-nephew, Ketus Polt, will assume the House of Burke on his majority. Your cousin Beatrice." Remus grimaced. Beatrice Burke was 102 years old, set in her ways, and considered a harridan. Sirius hadn't known about the great-nephew, or Remus was sure he'd have skipped telling her. "My Lord Black, thank you for your recent letter. My situation is comfortable. My husband Theodore and I take great joy in our daughter Nymphadora. We have no immediate need for assistance. We would be delighted to attend a family meeting at your convenience. Your cousin, Andromeda." Remus knew Sirius would be pleased with that, as he wanted to bring the Tonks back into the family. He picked up the final letter. "My dear Lord Black, I offer thanks and appreciation for your recent announcement and inquiry. My marriage to Lucius is successful, and our partnership influential in British politics. You will find us a boon in navigating current waters. We have increased the black wealth endowed to us. Our son Draco is at Hogwarts and performs well in most subjects, excelling at potions and winning the role of seeker for his house team. You will find him a delightful addition to the Black family. We have no immediate need for assistance, but welcome the return of the protection and patronage of the House of Black. We are at your service, and will be delighted to attend a family meeting at your convenience. Your cousin, Narcissa." Remus stuck his tongue out childishly at the letter. He clipped his notes to each letter and filed them away for Sirius to review when he got back. He checked the clock, drank down his tea, and quickly made his way to the flue in the reception-room, summoning his briefcase along the way. He had almost forgotten the interview he was due to perform. He flew through to the Leaky Cauldron and took a key from Tom. It led to a private sitting-room just off the main area. Remus checked the room thoroughly and put up a privacy charm. The knock came almost immediately, and Remus called for the applicant to enter. Penelope Clearwater walked in and stopped in surprise at the sight of Remus. "Please take a seat, Miss Clearwater." Remus motioned at the chair across from him. "Professor," Penelope said, "I didn't realize you would be interviewing me." Professor Flitwick didn't mention it when he informed me of the opportunity. Remus studied her nervousness with a regretful sigh. "If you're too anxious about interviewing with a werewolf, Miss Clearwater, you're probably not right for this job, as it involves working with me." "Oh, no, that's not it," Penelope apologized immediately. "I'm so sorry. And just—" Her hand flailed weakly. "Nervous?" suggested Remus dryly. "Yes," Penelope said. "I've had plenty of interviews, but I just don't know why I don't get the job, and it's made me—well, shall you just give me the bad news now?" She looked totally miserable, and, thanks to Phileas, Remus understood why. Penelope had been a prefect, aced her NEWTs by all accounts, and yet she'd been turned down for position after position. Remus assumed because she was Muggle-born. Phileas had heard from Albus about Remus's good fortune in securing a new position, and had sent a note asking if Remus knew if there was any work suitable for Penelope. "Take a seat, Miss Clearwater," Remus said with more authority, and was pleased when she hurried to the chair and sat down, placing her bag on the floor. She straightened her tidy navy robes. "Thank you, Professor. I mean Mr. Lupin." "Did Professor Flitwick tell you what the opportunity was?" Remus asked, hoping Phileas had shared that much with the girl. "A secretarial position," Penelope said. It was obvious she was attempting to sound excited about something she thought was dreadfully dull. "A little bit more than that," Remus said. "What I'm going to tell you needs to remain confidential whether you take the position or not." She nodded hurriedly. "I'm the steward to an ancient and noble house, meaning I look after the financials and the estate management. The Lord has just taken over the head of house duties, and will be assuming a seat in the Wizengamot which will mean meetings and social events. We need an executive assistant to deal with the scheduling, organizing the events we hold, corresponding with quite senior figures, taking minutes, and generally dealing with all the things that we won't necessarily have time to deal with. All of which I'm sure you're more than capable of handling, given your academic expertise." He paused. "What was the first position you applied for?" "An administrator role in the Department of Magical Transportation," Penelope said. "I had hoped to begin a career in the ministry." "An admirable goal," Remus said. "What this opportunity would give you is the political exposure, contacts and sponsorship you need to get into the ministry as a Muggle-born." Penelope's eyebrows shot up at the blunt truth. "You mean I didn't get a position because of— but that's discrimination, and—" She stopped abruptly as she recalled who she was complaining to, and her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, I'm so. No apologies necessary," Remus waved her off. "The truth is, we're both discriminated against. Myself officially under law, and you unofficially under tradition. The ministry prefers positions are appointed to purebloods first." "I think Mr. Weasley tried to warn me," Penelope admitted ruefully. She took a breath and fixed Remus with a determined look. "I'm happy to take the position if you'll have me." "Good," Remus said. "When can you start?" "Tomorrow," Penelope offered. "You'll need to come to the house. Shall we say 10 o'clock?" Remus gestured with his wand over a slip of parchment. She frowned as she took hold of it. "My steward, Remus Lupin, invites you to 12 Grimmauld Place." "The Fidelius charm?" Penelope asked excitedly. "He's quite protective of his privacy." "The parchment will be blank for anyone but you," Remus said dryly. "I'll explain everything tomorrow. You should be prepared to take an employment oath, and we'll go over your duties and salary then." He got to his feet. Penelope got to hers, stuck out her hand, and offered a bright smile. "Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Lupin. Call me Remus. We will be colleagues." Remus offered, shaking her hand. "Oh, well, then you must call me Penelope," she said, letting go and picking up her bag. "Thanks again, Remus." She bit her lip. Lordy, that was weird. Think how I felt when I called my old head of house Minerva for the first time. Remus commiserated cheerfully and laughed at her horrified expression as she realized he meant Professor McGonagall. "I'll see you tomorrow." He waited until she was gone before he took down the privacy charm, grinning to himself all the while. A Muggle-born assistant for Lord Black. Sirius's ancestors would be disgusted at letting a Muggle-born have such a prestigious position. And Sirius was going to be delighted. "Oh, oh, oh, we're losing him!" Sirius felt his heart stutter in his chest. But he refused to be removed from his place by Harry's side as the healers bustled around him, trying to save his godson. Neither he nor Harry had slept well in the cabin they'd been appointed the night before. It was a great cabin. It had 2 bedrooms, a shower room, a large den, and a small kitchenette. There was even a private pool attached. But they hadn't been able to appreciate it fully after the news about Harry's scar. Sirius had gotten up halfway through the night to find Harry sat in front of the fire in the den. He'd changed into Padfoot and offered doggy comfort, feeling that Harry would pretend he was fine to a worried and panicking godfather, but might open up to his alter ego. As Harry had petted him and slowly started confiding in Padfoot about his fears over the treatment, over the residue and the connection, Sirius figured he'd made the right call. The morning, though, had seen Harry scared but resolute. Sirius had never been so proud of him. Harry has asked him tentatively if he would stay with him during the procedures, and Sirius had immediately reassured him that he would be there every step of the way. He was not going to be moved. His hand tightened around Harry's. His godson had been given a potion that rendered him unconscious. A metal bracelet had been placed on one wrist, draining Harry's magic away from him. A balding, middle-aged healer called Darcy was perched at Harry's head with strange aura tracing goggles adorning his face, a magical wand fashioned like a Muggle scalpel in his hand, prying the dark form of the foreign soul-piece away from Harry's scar. Everything had been going well until the dark blob caught on the end of the medical wand had begun to fight back, additional tendrils snaking out towards Harry faster than Darcy could cauterize them. Harry had begun to thrash violently. Jordan and another female healer, Gargoo, had stepped in to hold him down. And now Harry had stopped breathing. Blackhawk stepped up and waved his wand furiously over Harry's form. Breathing apparatus appeared over Harry's mouth and nostrils, sending oxygen into his body. Sirius could breathe again, too. His heart pounded loudly in his chest. "We need to drain his magic more. This bastard is fighting tooth and nail here." Darcy snapped, his blue eyes flashing imperiously at Blackhawk. "If we drain any more of the magical core, we'll kill the boy," Jordan argued. "She is right," Blackhawk said. "We did not anticipate the soul piece being so strong. It must have fed a great deal on the boy's magic, despite the binding." Gargoo snapped her fingers, her dark eyes darting towards Blackhawk. "We need to give Potter power without giving the soul piece any." "How?" Darcy demanded, even as he severed another tendril that tried to make its way from the dark shape at the end of the wand back to Harry. There were several tendrils still attached, clinging with all their might to the scar. The only magic that answers to the boy alone would be his family magic, Blackhawk stated swiftly. He looked over Harry's prone form to Sirius. "Can you call it through the Godfather Oath?" Sirius had no idea. He had never heard of family magic being called that way. But he nodded sharply. "I can try." He cleared his throat, brought Harry's hand to rest against his heart, and placed his own remaining hand over Harry's thin, naked chest. "I, Sirius Orion, Black, Godfather, to Harry James Potter in heart, in magic, in oath. This son of the House of Potter has need of you. Familius magicus protectus." Suddenly a golden mist sprang up from Harry's skin and formed a fierce griffin who gave a wild cry. The griffin looked towards Sirius, and somehow Sirius knew what it wanted, what he had to do. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, call forth the magic of the House of Black. Familius magicus protectus." The silver snake of the House of Black poured out of the house ring. For a long moment snake and griffin looked at each other before the snake dived into the griffin, merging with it. The griffin doubled in size and roared. "Dear Merlin!" Jordan gasped. Darcy's brow ran with sweat as he lifted his eyes momentarily to the frightening sight of the griffin. He had continued his work throughout the calling, focused on trying to remove all the tendrils of evil from Harry. The griffin roared again and dived for Harry's scar, finally sending Darcy scuttling back, losing the dark soul on the end of his wand in the process. But the griffin was suddenly there. One claw drove into the boy's head and emerged with the last of the tendrils, while the other caught the dark soul fragment in its talons. For a second there was silence, and then the dark form screamed as the talons shredded it to nothing. The griffin gave a satisfied roar and settled back to sit on Harry's chest. The silver snake of the House of Black slowly reformed beside the griffin, and the two totems bowed to one another before the snake disappeared. The griffin shape shimmered and destabilized, returning to a golden mist that sank back into Harry's skin. James hadn't sent the magic to Lily, realized Sirius half hysterically. He'd sent it to Harry. And somehow, as a baby, perhaps because of the sheer terror of that moment with Voldemort and the trauma of seeing his mother killed in front of him, Harry had used the magic and helped power his mother's spell, so much so that his family magic had become part of the blood protection Lily had given him. No wonder Voldemort couldn't touch him. Not only was there the blood ward itself, but it was merged with the purest light magic of the House of Potter. Blackhawk tapped the metal bracelet, and Harry's magic began to return to him. Sirius dropped a kiss on Harry's palm, rubbed his thumb over the kid's knuckles. "Almost done, Harry," Sirius whispered soothingly to the unconscious boy. Darcy had swapped to a normal wand and was busily magically cleansing the freely bleeding scar on Harry's forehead. Gargoo stood poised with salve and bandages to move in when he'd finished. Jordan banished the apparatus, satisfied that Harry was breathing on his own again. The bracelet fell away, signaling that Harry's magic was returned, and Black Hawk moved immediately, his wand weaving over Harry's form in a delicate pattern to remove the binding that had been placed on him. Harry started to glow with each swish of the wand, and Sirius raised anxious eyes to Black Hawk. Black Hawk's face grew grave, but he continued to work, and Harry glowed brighter with each swish. "Healers! Move back!" Black Hawk ordered as the light became blinding. Darcy, Gargoyle, and Jordan hurried to obey. Another swish. There was a flash like a camera which made Sirius blink. A rush of pure power slapped into him, backlash from the binding coming free. He threw himself over Harry without a second thought, protecting his godson. And silence. Sirius looked up and saw Black Hawk picking himself up off the floor. He limped back to Harry and began a diagnostic while the other healers returned to their former positions. Sirius felt Harry's racing heartbeat under his palm and slowly eased back to stand beside him again. Black Hawk began another set of wand movements. "I am effectively bandaging Harry's magical core in healing magic. It is wounded after the removal of such a powerful binding." Sirius nodded, relieved. Darcy moved back, and Gargoyle smeared salve into Harry's forehead before she picked up her wand and had the bandage wrap itself around Harry's head. Jordan brought over 3 vials, spelling the contents straight into Harry's system. She caught Sirius's worried gaze and smiled reassuringly. One potion was a nutrient and strengthening potion to help his body recover. One was a pain potion, and the other was a sleeping potion. He needs to remain calm and still while his core heals. "We will wake him tomorrow," Black Hawk said, finally stepping away. "Remarkable." "I'll say," Darcy agreed. "I've never seen any as powerful as that soul fragment." He sighed. "Evil things. Haven't seen one since I returned from service in Korea. I've never seen family magic work that way." Gargoyle said, sending a questioning look towards Sirius. "Me either," he said, stroking Harry's sweat-soaked hair away from his bandaged scar. Family magic wasn't supposed to act with sentience the way the griffin had. It wasn't supposed to combine with another's family magic to assist it, the way the snake had. He had no clue how it had happened. If it had something to do with what Harry had accidentally done to incorporate the magic into his protection, Sirius didn't care. In truth, he was only thankful it had worked. "I have often thought that what we know about magic is far overshadowed by what we do not," Black Hawk said wisely. They left him then, and Sirius sat by Harry's bedside and held onto his godson's hand, content to watch Harry take breath after beautiful breath. Sirius felt like he'd lost a good decade of his life, and he figured as soon as he got to a mirror he'd discover every single hair had turned grey. The worst was over, he reminded himself. Harry was safe and on the road to recovery. Sirius still had no intention of moving until Harry woke up, though. He was vaguely aware of the passing of time, as Jordan came by and spelled more pain potion into Harry and checked his vital signs as the shadows crept from one side of the room to the other. It was late when Black Hawk entered the room and checked on Harry with a grace that spoke of his years of practice. Sirius ignored him for the most part. "We should discuss your treatment," Black Hawk said when he was done. "We delayed it because of the urgency in dealing with your godson, but you are also here as our client." "I'm not leaving, Harry," Sirius replied automatically. "I would not ask such a thing of you." Black Hawk swept his wand around the room, and a table replete with a light dinner appeared at the end of the bed. He motioned at it. "You must remain strong if you're to take care of your godson." Sirius accepted the blatant manipulation with a sigh. He rubbed his thumb over Harry's knuckles one last time, stood, and dropped a kiss lightly on Harry's bandaged forehead. "I'll be right at the foot of your bed, Harry." He walked over and dropped into a chair. He massaged his forehead and looked tiredly at the food in front of him, chicken broth of some kind with fresh bread. He picked up the roll and tore a piece off to nibble on while he picked up the spoon half-heartedly. He realized belatedly Black Hawk was weaving a privacy charm so that they could talk without disturbing Harry, but would still be alerted if he so much as twitched. "Thank you," Sirius said. and he knew the thanks were for more than the charm. Black Hawk inclined his head and sat down. He began to eat, and they concentrated on the food until the broth was gone. Steamed fish, greens, and rice followed it. Sirius declined a platter of fruit when it appeared, instead settling for strong black coffee. They rarely drank the beverage in the British wizarding world. Tea was preferred, pumpkin juice as a soft drink. He had forgotten how much he liked it. Maybe he could introduce it properly, Sirius considered. It would be a good investment. His eyes flickered to Harry checking on him. His godson hadn't moved. "You love him very much," Black Hawk said. "Yes," Sirius replied without pretense. Black Hawk hummed. "And yet you know so little about him." Sirius's gaze snapped to Black Hawk. He swallowed the first retort that came to mind. "Do you have children, Healer Black Hawk?" "7," Black Hawk answered. "And I have been blessed with 20 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren." "Congratulations," Sirius said dryly. "Now imagine, due to your own stupidity, you lost one when he was but a baby. For years you don't see him, but you think about him when you can. And then you find him. Only he's 13, not quite grown up, but not quite a child any more either. And no, you don't know him." He held Black Hawk's gaze. "But do you still love him?" The old wizard inclined his head, conceding the point. "You consider him blood?" "Yes." It was another answer that Sirius gave without hesitation. "He's actually a cousin, though, distant, but James, his father, was also my brother, in spirit, in heart, in magic." He could see the old terms registering with Black Hawk, and wondered idly if that was why the black magic had been able to assist the Potter magic. Harry's blood held both, after all. Sirius let his mind drift back to Harry. "I was with Harry's mother, Lily, when she went into labour, and stayed with her through most of the childbirth, while our other friends went to find James, who'd gone for a meeting at Gringotts. He only got back 10 minutes before Harry made his appearance, and Lily refused to let me leave. I got to hold Harry first. I was the one that handed him to James and Lily." "You say you lost him through stupidity?" Black Hawk asked. Sirius huffed. "I trusted the wrong person to see to his safety. And I thought my letting him go was temporary, just until I caught Peter, the one who betrayed them. And he wouldn't make that mistake again." He shifted position and took a sip of coffee. He kept his gaze on Harry. "Harry and we don't know each other, I know that. And he doesn't consciously remember loving me, so I know if he were to consider the matter he would believe he doesn't yet. But I think he believes he could love me, and wants to love me. I know he loves the idea of me, someone who loves him and who will be there for him, but he doesn't trust that I do, and I will yet." He tilted his head. "I won some ground by getting him away from Lily's sister and her family, by keeping my word and ensuring he could come live with me instead. For a man whose mind is shrouded in clouds, you see remarkably clearly," Black Hawk said finally. "The Dementors did a number on me." It was a statement. "Your mindscape is badly torn," Black Hawk acknowledged. "You require a great deal of mind healing. Your occlumency has helped you regain some measure of control, but you require additional support to regain the rest." Sirius nodded slowly. "I would thank you for the report you provided to Dr. Jordan of Harry's childhood. It will help her avoid some pitfalls in his mind healing." Black Hawk paused. "I don't suppose you have one for your own." Sirius's free hand clenched into a fist, and he forced himself to take a breath. "I'm afraid no one investigated my childhood." There was a keep-out message in his tone, and he wasn't surprised when Black Hawk backed off. "Your body also requires healing," Black Hawk continued. "In that, you and your godson are remarkably similar. You both suffer with malnutrition and physical weakness. I believe it would be best for much of your treatment in this regard to be together." His eyes twinkled. "It will aid in your getting to know each other." Sirius felt his lips twitch, reluctant amusement swelling at the comment. "We should speak of Albus Dumbledore," Black Hawk said finally. "You have a lot of anger towards him about the binding on Harry." "I have a lot of anger towards him, full stop," Sirius admitted with frank honesty. He was primarily responsible for Harry ending up in the custody of the Dursleys. He failed to check on him, and failed to ensure Harry was safe with them. He's used Harry since in regards to Voldemort." He gave a sigh. "And I'm not exactly thrilled that he left me to rot in Azkaban without a trial or a visit when I worked as part of his order against Voldemort." He motioned with his cup. "The binding is just the latest item on my list of things to be angry at Dumbledore for." Black Hawk nodded slowly in understanding. "The problem with great men is that everyone looks to them to know everything, and quite often they themselves fall into the trap of believing that they do. I believe it so of Albus's actions in regards to the soul anchor and binding. I don't believe he knew how to solve the problem of the soul piece without killing Harry, and thus believing there was no solution, he did the binding to keep the remnant weak." "Do you know him?" Sirius asked a little rudely. "We are acquaintances, not friends," Black Hawk said. "We met when I toured Europe some years ago." He picked up his water. "Albus is a true master of transfiguration and potions. He made a fascinating dinner companion, and is somewhat useful as a correspondent when we require an expert opinion on spells in order to heal damage such as your uncle's, but we have little else in common. I have dedicated my life to healing, just as the rest of the people of the valley. We learn more and more every day. We learn from the Muggles as much as we do from other healers around the world." Sirius appreciated Black Hawk's honesty. "My apologies for my abruptness," he murmured. "Perhaps you're right, and he didn't know how to deal with it. I worry about his motives." "Consider this," Black Hawk said, "that Halloween night Albus had reason to believe that this soul hook within Harry was the only anchor to life that Voldemort had. He could have killed the child, believing that to do so would eliminate Voldemort as a threat." Sirius frowned, his blood running cold at the thought. "Merlin, it could have happened too, because Dumbledore hadn't known about the other Horcruxes at that point. Instead, he chose to keep the child alive," Black Hawk said. "However, I admit it is confusing that he has never sought to find a solution in the years since, although he may have done with other healers who may also not have known a solution." "I don't think he did," Sirius said. "We think there may be a prophecy involved." Black Hawk frowned heavily. "Such things should always be treated with caution. I should know." Sirius looked at him with interest. "Are you a seer?" "Not truly," Black Hawk said eventually. "I always see my clients, but that is the extent of my gift. I saw the image of you and Harry arriving when your uncle shook my hand in farewell. Of course I thought you would be 27, and Harry would be 5 when you arrived. When the time passed and you did not come, I believed my sight had failed for the first time." He smiled ruefully. "I didn't take a de-aging potion into account." He motioned at Sirius. "And so you see why visions and prophecies require careful handling. It is all too easy to discover that what you think they show or mean is something else entirely." Sirius nodded slowly, his attention shifting again to the boy in the bed. "I just want to keep Harry safe." "Then we must get you fit enough to face the challenge." Black Hawk stood up. Sirius followed, stretching to get the kinks out of his back. "Your other form will be more comfortable for sleeping, I feel." Black Hawk smiled. "Be warned that my colleague takes a dim view of dog hair." He vanished the table and left. It only took a moment for Sirius to shift into Padfoot. He jumped up on the bed and sidled up to nudge Harry's hand with his cold nose. "So maybe he wouldn't kill Dumbledore," Sirius mused, mulling over Black Hawk's words. Dumbledore had kept Harry alive, and maybe the binding had been to help, not hurt so. Maybe Sirius would only maim him a little. He closed his eyes and let the warmth of Harry beside him, the sound of Harry's wonderful breathing, lull him to sleep. June 27th, 1994. The 3 broomsticks brought back a lot of memories of various Hogsmeade weekends as a student, and a few as a professor. Remus smiled happily as Rosmerta winked at him from the bar and pointed him towards a table at the back. Moody was waiting for him, back to the wall and at a seat which afforded him a complete view of the rest of the tavern. It was a beautifully defensive position. Remus shook Moody's outstretched hand and subsided into the opposite chair. "Thanks for meeting with me," Moody said briskly. "I really have no idea why I agreed to the job, so anything you can tell me about how to survive it would be appreciated." "It's not a problem," Remus said, amused. "We need to be finished by 3, though, as I'm meeting Minerva then." He noticed the discarded paper on the table with a half-smile. Brian's press offensive had continued that morning with the exclusive story of Sirius's escape from Azkaban, all to save his godson from the traitor Pettigrew. There had been more quotes from various important people suggesting that such an act surely should be rewarded with guardianship. Fudge had gone on record as saying that he was in support of a wizarding guardian for Harry Potter. The paper was also full of various sightings of Sirius from France to the Caribbean, as the question of Sirius's whereabouts vexed the press and the public. "Have to admit Cutter's doing a good job for Black," Moody said, noticing the direction of Remus's glance. "Although I suspect you already know that." "I couldn't possibly comment," Remus said, as Rosmerta came over and took their orders for lunch. Moody waited until the innkeeper was well away from them before he erected a privacy bubble. "You know, I know. You know more than you can say. I won't ask you about Black's whereabouts. I don't deserve to know, since I was one of the idiots who dropped the ball where he was concerned. But I would appreciate knowing the kid is safe and away from the Muggles." Remus regarded him, faintly stunned. He cleared his throat. "Harry is safe and away from the Dursleys." "Good." Moody took down the privacy bubble with a swish of his wand. "Now, about this bloody school business, mate." It was a good lunch. The food was excellent, and Moody was entertaining and frighteningly good at deconstructing Remus's old lesson plans into real-life stories. He made meticulous notes of the students, and Remus could see that he already had a copy of the final exam results. Moody was appalled at Albus's choices of Dada instructor before Remus calling Lockhart a slimy fraud and Quirrell a blithering idiot. Remus also took it upon himself to inform Moody of the events of Harry's first and second year. Moody was about as impressed with what had happened as Remus was. What were they thinking? Moody grumbled as Remus finished up the story of the basilisk. Anyone with an ounce of common sense would have known it was a basilisk after the ghost got hit. "Beats me," Remus agreed amiably. "The lad's got a penchant for being in the wrong place at the wrong time," Moody said thoughtfully. "Or the right place at the right time," Remus pointed out. "No, I think my version is more apt." Moody argued. Remus laughed. "It probably is at that." Moody suddenly looked towards the front of the inn and gave a snort. "Heads up! Albus has entered the building." Remus turned and found an annoyed-looking Minerva marching up to him with Albus walking serenely behind her. "Minerva? Remus?" Minerva glared at Albus. "I apologize, but when I mentioned I was meeting you, Albus insisted on coming along." "Albus!" Remus greeted him politely. He felt a little nervous. He had taken the headmaster to task at their last encounter. Albus smiled at him. "Remus, forgive the intrusion, but I wish to apologize for the other day. You are quite correct, and I promise I will caution Severus before the next school year." Minerva harumphed. "As if that has ever done any good." "Minerva," Albus began, "I have been telling you for years that his behavior as a professor is unacceptable, and you assure me you talk with him. But then he carries on regardless." Minerva argued fiercely, her Scots brogue thickening with her anger. Albus looked completely taken aback at her outburst, and Remus fought the urge to applaud. "What did Severus do now?" Remus asked, getting to the heart of the matter as he saw Moody erecting another privacy charm. It wasn't like Minerva to be so indiscreet about a colleague. Minerva grimaced. "I don't wish to say, Remus." But her eyes fell to the copy of the Prophet, and Remus guessed that Severus had said something about Sirius. "I see." Remus could hear his inner wolf growling and breathed in deeply. "I expect Sirius would be rather unsurprised at Severus's attitude." He glanced at Albus. "I'm sure you'll agree, Albus, that if Severus were to make any derogatory remarks to Harry about Sirius, that he would be acting very unprofessionally. It seems I will be having a rather long conversation with Severus." Albus conceded with a sigh. "Have you heard from Sirius yet, Remus?" "Not since you and I last talked, Albus," Remus said truthfully. "Have you sent word to Harry?" "Alas! He and the Dursleys have not yet returned to their home." Albus informed him with what looked like sincere regret. Remus pushed himself out of the chair. "Alastor, it was good to see you." They shook hands, and Moody thanked him again as he undid the privacy charm he'd put up. "Minerva, we should leave, or the goblins will get upset at our tardiness." "A meeting with goblins?" Albus's eyes twinkled. "It sounds very mysterious." "It's a will reading, Albus," Minerva snapped, "and I'll thank you not to hold us up any longer." "Albus." Remus said by way of farewell, and offered Minerva his arm. She took it, and they headed over to the flue. As he followed her into the flames, he could hear Moody in the background. "What the hell is this? I hear about a bloody basilisk." Remus fell out the other end, laughing. Minerva fixed him with a glare that had him sobering swiftly. "Apologies," Remus said. "I overheard Alastor berating Albus about the business with the basilisk just as I flued." Minerva sniffed. "We were very fortunate that all of the students were lucky enough to survive the whole affair." "You won't get any argument from me," Remus concurred. They made their way into Diagon Alley and down the street to Gringotts. They were shown into a back room, and Remus was unsurprised to see Brian, Liam Arkham, Amelia Bones, and Kibble waiting for them, along with Augusta Longbottom and Andromeda Tonks. Everyone exchanged minor greetings before Arkham, a blond, portly man with a moustache, got on with the business. "I thank you all for coming at such short notice, and apologize for the lack of details in your invitation, beyond. That this was a reading of a will, and you had been named as beneficiaries or were required to be here." Liam began pompously. "We are here to read the joint will of James and Lily Potter." Remus wasn't surprised, but he heard Minerva's sharp intake of breath. "I thought it was missing?" Minerva asked. "Clearly, Minerva, it has been found," Augusta said crisply. Liam cleared his throat. "You're here to represent Frank, Alice, and Neville Longbottom, Madam Longbottom?" "Yes," Augusta said sharply. "I am here to represent Sirius Black." Brian preempted Liam's form question of his presence. Remus knew the two solicitors were already aware of each other's roles in the proceedings, but Brian gained 3 sharp looks from Andromeda, Augusta, and Minerva. "Remus Lupin." Liam cast his gaze over Remus. "Representing myself," Remus replied easily. "Andromeda Tonks, also representing myself." Andromeda spoke up before Liam could ask her. "And obviously Professor Minerva McGonagall is here representing herself, and who I recognize." Liam smiled at her. "I should hope so, Mr. Arkham. I was your teacher for 7 years," Minerva retorted. "Quite," Liam replied hurriedly. "I also thank Amelia Bones, who has agreed to act as the executor given the extraordinary circumstances." "Which are?" asked Augusta. "A copy of the will was provided by the new Lord Black to the Ministry as part of the special investigation into the matter of Sirius Black." Amelia explained. "I can't say anything more because of confidentiality." Again there were surprised looks. "Very well," Augusta huffed. "Shall we get on with it?" Liam cleared his throat again. "Quite." He pulled the parchment to him. "I'll skip the legalese and summarize the bequests, if that is okay with you all." Everybody nodded. "Remus Lupin is left the sum of 100,000 galleons and the house at Dithery Cliff. Do you accept this?" "Yes," Remus said, a lump forming in his throat. He imagined James and Lily had wanted to ensure that he always had a home and money to live, knowing as they did how hard it was for him to gain employment as a werewolf. Minerva McGonagall is placed in charge of the Lily Potter Scholarship Trust, which should be used to provide 1 free place to a Muggle-born student every year, including tuition for their 7 years of study, school supplies, and a modest spending allowance to be set at her discretion. Funds are to be taken from the Potter Vault, set aside in a separate vault for the trust and receipts provided to the Potter Steward via Gringotts. Should she relinquish her position, she should recommend a replacement. Do you accept this duty?" "I do." Minerva said, and Remus could see the glint of tears in her eyes. "Now to the rest," Liam said briskly, starting with Mr. Black. "Sirius Black is left the sum of 100,000 galleons, and the share of the flat 2A London Street owned by James Potter. Does Mr. Black accept this?" "On his behalf, yes," Brian replied. "Neville Longbottom is left 10,000 galleons from his Uncle James and Aunt Lily. The funds are to be used at the discretion of his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, or his named legal guardian, until he is of age. Madam Longbottom, do you agree to the bequest?" "Yes." Augusta's starchy exterior was shaken. Remus remembered that the Longbottoms, although an ancient and noble family, were rumoured to have suffered financially over the years since Frank and Alice had been attacked. There is a bequest to Lily Potter's sister which is being handled through Muggle solicitors, and one bequest that has been denied by the executor as the named individual, Peter Pettigrew, has been found complicit in the deaths of the Potters. The remainder of the estate is bequeathed to their only son," Liam noted, glancing at Amelia. "All that is left is the appointment of a legal guardian for Harry James Potter, the Potter's son, assuming responsibility for his care and upbringing, and assuming regency of the House of Potter until he comes of age. Frank and Alice Longbottom are named as first in line, with provision made for the guardianship to pass to Sirius Black, should they refuse or be unable to assume responsibility, and additional provision made for it to pass to Minerva McGonagall should Mr. Black decline or be unable to assume responsibility, or Andromeda. Tonks should Professor McGonagall decline or be unable to assume responsibility. Prime." The three women looked suitably shocked, and Remus schooled himself to appear the same. "For the record, I confirm that Frank and Alice are in no position to assume guardianship," Augusta said tersely. "Brian?" Liam inquired. Brian cleared his throat. "My client, Sirius Black, will assume guardianship." Liam nodded and looked over at Amelia. "I assume, as custody is currently held by Muggles, the Ministry will review the matter?" Amelia sighed. "The Ministry has already reviewed the situation, and has agreed guardianship of Harry Potter should follow the legal wishes of his late parents, and therefore is awarded to Sirius Black." She glared at everyone in the room. "Please do not share this until such time as the information is made public." Everyone nodded. "And that concludes our business," Liam said brightly. "Please see Kibbold for your vault keys." Augusta retrieved her key and swept out before anyone could say anything to her. Remus exchanged a polite nod of acknowledgment with Brian and Amelia before he got his key, and waited for Minerva. Andromeda paused beside him as she left. "It's been a long time, Remus." "Too long," Remus agreed. "How are you and Ted?" "Good," Andromeda said. "Pleased to hear the news about Sirius, and feeling entirely guilty for thinking that he would ever—" "Me too," Remus said hurriedly. Andromeda looked at him intently. "Have you heard from him?" "He's getting medical treatment in line with the conditions set by the Ministry for him to take custody," Remus offered. She nodded. "Tell him he's welcome to come over whenever he gets back. Well, I'd best be off." "Take care of yourself, Remus." She left just as Minerva appeared, and Remus fell into step beside her as they exited Gringotts and made their way to the Leaky. He noticed his companion was silent. Too silent. Remus cleared his throat and discreetly raised a privacy bubble. "Are you all right, Minerva?" "No, I don't think I am," Minerva said quietly. She looked every single one of her years. "I was with Albus the night he— We left Harry in the Muggle world, and to think I knew they were the worst kind. But I accepted Albus's decision, and I haven't questioned it since, despite— It's obvious the Muggles haven't taken the best care of Harry. I failed, James, Remus. We weren't close after Dorea died, and he and Lily left Hogwarts, but that's no excuse." He placed a hand on her arm. "There was no way for you to know if they hadn't informed you, Minerva, and it's clear from your reaction that they didn't. But if you feel you need to make some kind of amends here, I would suggest that you don't tell Albus that Sirius has guardianship until it goes public, like Amelia requested." Minerva regarded him sternly for a long moment before her shoulders straightened. "You have my word, Remus." She turned and left before he could say anything more. 000 Time Bubble, July 9th, 1994. Harry was having the best summer of his life. They'd been at the Valley for 2 weeks, and although Harry had time-travelled with the time-turner, he still had a difficult time getting his head around the idea that however long they stayed at the clinic, only a week would pass in the outside world. He'd decided to forget that oddity and simply enjoy his stay as much as he could. The first day had been scary. The whole thing about the residue in his scar had been beyond frightening, but it had all been dealt with very quickly. He couldn't remember the procedures to cleanse his scar, as he had thankfully been knocked out for the whole thing. He had been restricted to bed for a few days, after mainly because they'd needed his magical core to settle. What had been enormously comforting was that Sirius hadn't moved from his side the whole time, except for a few bathroom breaks. It had soothed some lingering worry inside Harry that Sirius didn't really mean it when he'd said he'd be there for him, that despite everything Sirius had done to make it possible for Harry to live with him. Sirius wouldn't really want him once he got to know Harry. But it was hard to argue about how much Sirius cared about him when his godfather spent all of his time looking after him and keeping his spirits up while he recuperated. They'd mainly shared stories about Hogwarts during Harry's bedstay. It was the most common ground they had. Sirius admitted that Remus had already told him some of Harry's experiences, but he wanted to hear about them from Harry. Harry had been a little reticent, but once he'd started to talk, he'd found himself happily reminiscing about his first-year adventures. He began with Hagrid taking him to Diagon Alley, and Sirius had quizzed him over what Hagrid had and hadn't told him about the wizarding world. He got the impression that Sirius liked Hagrid, but wasn't impressed that Hagrid had explained so little, which surprised him, as Sirius, on the whole, was very non-judgmental. He'd understood Harry's immediate use of the invisibility cloak when he'd received it, and he'd mostly looked relieved about Harry surviving the troll. It had also been a relief to Harry to tell someone about the events with Quirrell. Sirius had listened intently to Harry's tale. He'd also placed a hand on Harry's arm when he got to the confrontation with Quirrell, and didn't let go, as Harry haltingly recalled everything. Sirius had reassured him again that it wasn't Harry's fault. Quirrell had died, noting that Harry had acted in self-defense. He also explained about possessions and how they worked, including the fact that they were almost always fatal to the host body. That Ginny had survived her possession seemed something of a miracle. The discussion had made Harry feel better. He hadn't actually realized that he'd still been so upset about what had happened with Quirrell. He'd kind of bundled it all up and shoved it to the back of his mind. Harry had been beyond ecstatic when Sirius had reciprocated, telling Harry all about Sirius's first year at Hogwarts, which luckily also included many stories of his father, and even some about his mother. He'd smiled when Sirius had told him he and James had agreed to be friends after sitting in the same compartment on the train, but had been dismayed when Sirius admitted that they'd made a bad impression on Lily during the same trip because they'd had an immediate enmity with Snape, who had been her friend. He'd also been dismayed by Sirius's admission that, although they'd disliked Snape because they could tell he'd used dark magic, something his mother had probably not known, he and James had also been rather snobbish and full of themselves. But he'd laughed at Sirius's recounting of how he'd begged the hat for Gryffindor, knowing James would be placed there, and at all the pranks they'd played through the school year. He'd enjoyed Sirius's tale of how they'd eventually included Remus, who they'd quickly realized was simply brilliant, and had slowly worked out he was a werewolf, but hadn't wanted to say anything in case it upset him. Sirius avoided talking about Wormtail, and Harry couldn't blame him. They'd repeated the story, telling the next day with their second years. Sirius hadn't flinched at all over the fact that Harry could talk to snakes, and Harry had been thrilled at Sirius's continuing, unwavering acceptance of him. Again, it had helped to talk about the fight with the basilisk. Sirius had teased him over being a knight in shining armor. Sirius confessed in an overly sad fashion that his second year hadn't been all that exciting in comparison. Mostly, they'd finally broached Remus's affliction with him and tried to work out a way to help him. Sirius eventually stumbling onto the idea of becoming an animagus. He recounted how Harry's father had also tried to become friends with his mother again, but how her continuing friendship with Snape had kept them at odds. He had confessed with more than a little chagrin that, although Snape could give as good as he got, he and James had probably crossed the line from pranking to bullying a few times where their nemesis was concerned. And so it wasn't any wonder Lily thought them both prats. Harry was glad Sirius had been so honest with him, but it disturbed him that his dad and Sirius could bully someone, even Snape. It explained a lot about Snape's attitude towards Harry. Then he remembered how Snape had accused Sirius of trying to kill him and asked Sirius about that. You have to understand, Harry, that by 6th year us Marauders and Snape were mortal enemies. He'd thrown in his lot with the Death Eater crowd the year before and dropped his friendship with your mother. Sirius began. You remember my telling you I'd run away that summer? Well, Snape caught me one day and hinted that he knew more than the official story of my parents disowning me. He hinted that he'd tell the whole school. He shifted on the bed, and shame entered his eyes. I panicked a bit about whether he did know anything about my family situation, I guess, and told him that he knew nothing. He then said he knew everything about Remus and his monthly trips to the Whomping Willow, and would know more if he followed him. So I dared him to press the knot on the willow and do it if he was man enough. Harry frowned. But that sounds like he knew Remus was a werewolf. I think he had a strong suspicion. Sirius agreed. In fact, I made the dare because I thought that he already knew, and I didn't think for a moment he'd be stupid enough to go looking for a werewolf. He sighed and rubbed at his beard for a moment. I didn't tell your dad or Remus about it either for that reason. I didn't think there was any reason to be worried. Only Snape went looking. I think he drugged our pumpkin juice that night because Peter went straight to sleep, and I found it hard to stay awake. Your dad had sensibly stuck to water, so he was fine and bloody, annoyed with us for snoozing. When I realized we'd been potioned, I worked out Snape must be going after Remus. I figured Snape was going to try and kill him. So I sent James to save Remus while I got an antidote to the potion. He sighed. I ran after them as quick as I could, and luckily your dad had already got there and was hauling Snape's ass out of the tunnel. Just as I ran up to help him, Dumbledore appeared and marched us all to his office. He let James go pretty quick. Snape, he made promise not to tell people about Remus while we were students. Said something about the fact that that was his punishment, and then something vague about how it wasn't too late. And you? Banned from Hogsmeade weekends for the rest of the year and the Quidditch team, and I had detention for the rest of the winter term. Sirius explained. Wasn't as bad as the 2 months of silence and the ban from joining them at the next full moon that I got from Remus. He stopped talking to you? Harry had never considered that the friends must have had issues just like him, Ron and Hermione, with the firebolt. If Snape had found him, if Snape hadn't killed him and he had killed Snape or even just attacked him, Remus would have been executed. Sirius said gravely, My dare put his life at risk. He was quite right not to talk with me. I understood it, even if it was a horrible 2 months. He gestured at Harry. Your dad forgave me after a day or so. He was mostly annoyed because Lily had been warming up to us, but because the rumour around the school was that it was a prank that had gone wrong and we'd almost killed Snape. She was giving your dad the cold shoulder. That, and your dad said I should have told them about the dare when I did it, and he was right. Peter stayed on the fence pretty much, which should have clued us in for what happened later, come to think about it. But Remus forgave you, right? He did when your dad intervened and pointed out that Snape had probably contrived the whole thing, both provoking me and going to the tunnel. He said Snape had probably hoped he'd get Remus executed and me expelled or in prison. Sirius grimaced. But I don't think Moony ever truly trusted me after that. It probably was one of the reasons why he considered me the spy, and why he believed I was guilty. He shifted position again. And maybe because I felt that distance he had put between us, I was more inclined to think the worst of him too. You're okay now, though? Harry questioned, a little afraid that they weren't. We are, Sirius smiled. I think mostly we're just pleased that we have each other as a friend again, and what's past is past. Shame Snape doesn't feel that way, Harry commented. No, he knows how to hold a grudge. Sirius said, Truthfully, so do I. I don't like him. I know I won't be apologizing to him any time soon. I'd rather pull my own teeth out first." Harry chuckled at that. Sirius poked his leg through the blankets. "The dare was a mistake, though, and I regret it. But I'm not going to pretend to you that I'm perfect, and I don't expect you to be either. I can be a little reckless at times. I can maybe be too cruel and ruthless if I'm crossed. And I have a habit of acting before I think. Everybody has flaws." Harry flushed, but he was comforted by the words nevertheless. It helped that Sirius didn't expect him to be perfect. He could just be himself. "I think I have the same flaw," he said, acting before thinking. "And I have a bit of a temper sometimes. Hermione says I brood." "Well," Sirius said, "we can work on improving ourselves together, but we should always keep in mind that it's okay not to be perfect." In his heart, Harry forgave Sirius the whole affair with Snape quite quickly. Harry had to admit his own dislike of Snape was well-rooted, especially since Snape was so unfair to him, had been unfair to him from the moment Harry had arrived at Hogwarts. It just seemed a shame to Harry that someone who'd been such good friends with his mother was so bitter towards Harry himself, even if he understood why more after all of his discussions with Sirius. The following day they had moved on to Harry's 3rd year, and although Sirius had witnessed everything from a distance, he still wanted to hear all about it. Sirius, in return, had shared his 3rd-year stories, which revolved mostly around the Marauder's continuing efforts to help Remus, more pranks, and Harry's dad still trying to build a friendship with his mum, and still failing badly. Harry had been sad as they moved back to the cabin that they'd run out of school years to trade. Sirius had proposed that they made it a tradition that the first day of the summer holiday would be spent with Harry telling Sirius all about his school year, and Sirius would tell him about the equivalent year of his own. It warmed Harry that they had plans for the future, that they had started a tradition. The days since had settled into a routine. Mornings began with a healthy breakfast, and the exercise routines that Dr. Jordan had assigned them both, an eclectic mix of yoga, tai chi, weights, and jogging. They had a light lunch, usually in the cabin. They split up in the afternoons for the mind-healing sessions. Sirius's were longer because of the damage done by the Dementors, and Harry's were a mix of mind-healing, occlumency, and art therapy. The occlumency sessions were a tad boring, since it was mostly meditation to sort through his memories and to build a defense around his mind. Talking about the memories was the worst part. Harry didn't really want to talk about any of his life under the cupboard or his previous summers with the Dursleys. Healer Fay didn't pressure him, but she made it clear that dealing with his memories was an important part of his treatment. He had started to accept her reassurance that he wasn't being judged about any of it, but he still didn't want to talk about it. The art therapy was better. Harry had liked rediscovering painting as a hobby. He'd enjoyed it at primary school, and he thought it was a shame Hogwarts didn't offer that kind of course. He vaguely remembered Stonewall offered an arts subject. Harry enjoyed the late afternoons more. Sirius had offered to teach him to swim in the attached pool, and they spent an hour in the water before eating dinner by the poolside. The evenings were spent playing cards. Sirius had taught Harry poker, and promptly regretted it. Or board games. Sirius insisted on being the dog in Wizard Monopoly. Sirius always told the story about Harry's babyhood or something about his dad or his mum. It was simply the best summer of Harry's life, except for the fact that Harry couldn't do any magic or fly until they checked his magical core again. But that was what they were going to do that morning. Black Hawk greeted them warmly as Sirius and Harry were shown into a large treatment room by Jordan. Harry grinned back at the old wizard. Black Hawk had joined them for dinner a couple of times, and Harry had been enthralled by his stories of healing. He was actually thinking it might be something that he would want to do in the future. Maybe. He'd kind of considered becoming a teacher when he'd thought about life after the Dursleys, before he'd known about Hogwarts, but that had mainly been because they were practically the only other adults he'd seen outside of the Dursleys. Now, we are going to repeat the tests we did before your procedures, Black Hawk informed him briskly. He motioned to a bull's-eye target set at the end of the room. You will cast the Stupefy spell at the target. He indicated a book on the table. Wingardium Leviosa to levitate this book a meter above the desk. And finally you will produce a Patronus. Harry nodded. He only had a vague recollection of the tests the first time around. He seemed to remember the target produced a number which equated to the power used. Sirius patted his arm. A silent good luck. Harry faced the target eagerly and raised his wand. Stupefy! The red light shot across the room and slammed into the target, sending it rocking back into the wall. Harry stared at it in shock. There was a huge hole in the center of the crumpled target. The number that appeared in the air above it was meaningless to Harry, but Black Hawk was looking at it with a wide-eyed surprise that disconcerted Harry. "I'm sorry," Harry began urgently, "about the target." Black Hawk waved his apology away. "You have done nothing wrong, Harry. Do not worry." He exchanged a look with Sirius, though that clearly indicated to Harry that something was wrong. "Try the book, Harry," Sirius encouraged. Harry swallowed hard and faced the desk. He aimed his wand and with a swish and a flick said the spell out loud. The book shot up into the air, and Harry had a hard time yanking it back before it hit the ceiling. "Something's wrong, isn't it?" Harry asked as Black Hawk's expression grew more concerned. "Not so much wrong as unusual," Black Hawk assured him calmly. "Lower the book and cast your Patronus, Harry." Harry set the book down with an audible thump. He forced himself to focus so he could cast the Patronus. He aimed his wand at the empty space beside him. "Expecto Patronum!" The stag leaped out of his wand and cattered onto the tiled floor. The luminescent animal tossed its antlers and pawed the ground, leaving scuff marks behind. Sirius approached carefully. He reached out a hand and patted the stag's nose. "Hello, Prongs," he said, awed. The Patronus was not only corporeal, it was solid. He smoothed a hand down a flank, and Harry could see the fine hair of the stag's coat brush through Sirius's fingers. The stag blew a huffy breath through its nose. It looked to Harry for instructions. Harry cleared his throat. "It's okay. You can go." It transformed into a glowy mist before disappearing altogether. "Beautiful," Black Hawk said, almost reverentially. "Thank you," Harry said automatically. "What's wrong with me?" he asked bluntly, fear churning in his gut. "Nothing's wrong with you, Harry," Sirius said firmly. "But your power levels are off the wall. I have never seen a solid Patronus, not even from Dumbledore. That binding was obviously keeping a lot of your magic locked up. We're going to need to work on you gaining some control over it." "I agree," said Black Hawk serenely. "Your magic is stable, but you are unused to having so much of it at your disposal. You will need to retrain, otherwise you might have instances of quite dangerous accidental magic." Harry's gaze went unwilling to the damaged target on the other side of the room. If that had been a person, Sirius nudged Harry's arm. "It's going to be okay, Harry. We'll work on your magic in the evenings." Black Hawk nodded. "As your stay here will need to be extended, if you wish, I will arrange access for you to the town. You can flew there from the clinic here. We do not wish for you to get cabin fever as you recover." "That would be appreciated," Sirius replied. "I would also like to invite you both to my home for dinner." Black Hawk's eyes twinkled. "I also have a granddaughter and a grandson your age. I can introduce to you, Harry. I thought perhaps you might like to spend time with people your own age." Harry's mood brightened. "That would be great." He smiled sheepishly. "I kind of miss my friends." "Of course you do," Sirius said. "Thank you, Healer Black Hawk." Black Hawk smiled warmly. "Koni noshi, Sirius." He motioned at them. "I will leave you for tonight, and will see you both tomorrow." Harry waited until the old wizard had departed before he slumped against the desk and sighed heavily. "I'm sorry." He gestured at his godfather. "It's my fault you're stuck here. Firstly, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault. Someone bound your magic," Sirius replied. "And secondly, I get to spend more time with you, helping you relearn magic. That's not a bad thing in my book." He felt a little reassured, but still, "I'm sure you have important things you have to do back home, though." "Nothing is more important than you," Sirius said immediately. Harry blushed, happy and bewildered at the sincere statement. "Come here." Sirius held open his arms. Harry moved into the hug with only minor reluctance. A roll of his eyes, and mostly that was for show. He was a teenage boy. He wasn't supposed to want hugs. But his mind healer thought they were good for him, and he secretly enjoyed the comfort of being hugged. Sirius was great at hugs. His godfather seemed to instinctively know how to hug him secure, but not suffocating, comforting, but without babyish words of nonsense like Petunia gave Dudley, and Sirius had a sixth sense about when to step back before Harry started to feel embarrassed. Like right then. Sirius patted his back quickly and eased away, although he clasped Harry's shoulders and looked him in the eye. "I don't want you to worry about this. You're a powerful wizard. We just need to work through your lessons again. Okay?" "Okay," Harry mumbled, nodding. "It's just—" He bit his lip as he tried to figure out a way to tell Sirius that he wasn't that good a student. "I don't want to disappoint you." "Why would you think you're going to disappoint me?" Sirius asked, surprise written all over his face. Harry could feel his cheeks heating with shame. I'm not like my mum and dad. I'm not as smart as they were." Sirius sat on the desk and patted the space beside him, indicating Harry should join him. "Why do you think you're not as smart as your parents?" Harry ducked his head. "Well, I'm not. I mean, you said they were top of their classes, like Hermione, and I'm not, well, except in defense against the dark arts." Sirius looked at him closely. "Look, your dad was one of those annoying people who could get good marks without trying very hard. He just had this intuition about magic. It used to drive Remus bonkers because we would never see him working. But then, in class, he'd produce a perfectly conjured bouquet of flowers, or make a fork dance, the can." Harry smiled at the image. "Your mum had an affinity for charms and potions, but she worked hard to get the marks she did. She spent a lot of time in the library and a lot of time practicing. Remus was like that, although he had no affinity for potions at all. He knew the theory backwards, but every time he got in front of a cauldron, it'd melt." Sirius said, "I probably fell somewhere in between. Transfiguration and defense against the dark arts came easy to me, but I had to work at the rest." Harry listened carefully, hearing the underlying message in Sirius's words. Good marks and class positions took work, and if he didn't put the work in, well, he'd end up where he was, average in all but the one subject that came naturally to him. "But class positions aren't everything," Sirius continued. "Do you try your best?" He didn't want to lie, but he didn't want to admit the truth either. He squirmed under Sirius's scrutiny. "Sometimes," he admitted, "which means sometimes you don't." Sirius pointed out with brutally honest logic that reminded Harry of Hermione. "Why do you only sometimes try your best?" "I don't know," Harry replied automatically, shifting again as he really considered Sirius's question. He thought back over his schooling. He'd loved his primary school when he'd first attended. It had been an escape from his meagre existence at Privet Drive. But then Dudley had started chasing away anyone who wanted to be friends with him, and his relatives had never praised his marks, and had simply never accepted him being better than Dudley. In the end, he decided not to draw attention to himself by remaining average in class, but secretly went over the lessons in his cupboard at night. He looked forward to Stonewall as a means of starting afresh, and he vaguely recalled that his plan had been to do well so he could escape Privet Drive when he was 16 and get a job. But then there had been Hogwarts, and Harry had intended to do well the summer before he'd started. He'd stayed up late reading his books, and he'd tried, hadn't he, those first few weeks of school? But it had been harder than he'd expected between the quills and the wizarding ways of doing things, and Snape. Ron had never been interested in studying, openly disparaging of Hermione's cleverness back then, and Harry hadn't wanted to rock the boat with his new friend by going to the library or showing what knowledge and aptitude he did have, thankfully. Hermione had forced them into studying once they'd properly made friends with her after the Troll, and Harry remembered that he had gotten good marks that first year, exceeds expectations, and a couple of outstandings which had more than made up for the acceptable he'd scraped in potions and history of magic. Second year had been a nightmare between hearing voices in the wall and being shunned for being the heir of Slytherin. He hadn't wanted to stand out. There had been no exams that year, but he thought he would have passed. And he had passed third year. Mostly acceptables, with a couple of exceeds expectations and the outstanding in Dada. But thinking it over, he slowly realized that he'd let Ron set the tone again since Hermione had been busy or they hadn't been speaking to her. Not that he could blame Ron. Harry figured Sirius would expect him to take responsibility for his own studying, and hadn't he already decided that he was going to be a little more independent from Ron in the coming year? Drop divination and take something else? He looked up from his meanderings and met Sirius's patient, waiting gaze. "I guess I haven't wanted to stand out too much or upset Ron," he confessed miserably. "He thinks studying is boring, and you go along with it because he's your friend." Sirius competed. He nodded. "I can understand that. Peer pressure is a hard thing to resist. I only joined the Quidditch team because of your dad." "Really?" "Yep," Sirius said. "I didn't want to play, and while I could fly halfway decently, I didn't enjoy it. But your dad wanted company, and I was his best mate, so I ended up as a beater until I got banned, and then I took advantage and refused to go back on the team the next year." He flapped his hand. "Anyway, back to you. What do you think you should do?" "Decide things for myself," Harry replied promptly. "I'd kind of already realized that after last year." Sirius looked at him inquisitively. "I hate divination," Harry exclaimed. "Trelawney's always predicting my death, and I hate it. I only took it because, well, you know. I was thinking of asking Professor McGonagall if I could transfer to runes or arithmancy." "I'll talk with her. There shouldn't be a problem if we get you up to speed before Hogwarts starts," Sirius replied. "Which do you think would suit you best?" Harry thought for a long moment, weighing both subjects in his head. "I think runes. I don't really enjoy theory stuff as much as I do practice, and I get the idea from what Hermione has said in the past that there are lots of practical applications for runes. But arithmancy is more about theory." "You're right. Runes it is, then, and you're in luck, because I did runes, and we can start your tutoring while we're here and take advantage of the time bubble." Sirius poked Harry's arm lightly. "I promise you that I won't be disappointed in any of our lessons so long as you try your best." "Okay, I promise," Harry said quickly, resolving right there and then that he would keep his promise and put the work in. "I also expect that when you return you try your best at Hogwarts too," Sirius continued. Harry nodded, trying to ignore the twisting sensation in his gut at Sirius's comment. He'd never had someone take an interest in his marks before. If the Dursleys hadn't cared about his marks at primary school, they'd cared even less about his marks at Hogwarts, and he was embarrassed anew at his past performance. "I'm proud of you, Harry," Sirius said, surprising Harry into looking at him again. "You've thought everything through and made some good decisions about your future. It's like we said when we talked about our flaws, remember? We're not perfect, but we'll work on the things we know we need to improve. And I will never be disappointed in you so long as you always try your best." "I will," Harry promised again. He wouldn't let Sirius down. June the 30th, 1994. The first weeks of summer had been odd, Albus considered, as he adjusted the sleeves of his lime-green robes. The glittery pink stripes that edged the garment in a random pattern made Albus smile as he put on his glasses and determined he was ready to head for breakfast in the great hall. Oddity wasn't a bad thing, Albus mused whimsically. He'd had odd days where things had gone wonderfully well, like finding the chamber pot room and losing it again, because losing it was just as wonderful as finding it. And most odd things did have an explanation if one was inclined to look past the oddity. So although some might have thought it odd that Alistair Moody had suddenly taken an interest in checking on the wards around young Harry, Albus believed it had been precipitated by his own request to Alastor to take up the Dada teaching position. That had led to a nostalgic discussion about the old days, and Sirius Black still being at large. Albus had forgotten that Alastor had arrested Sirius, but he had forgotten so much more than he remembered that it didn't really worry him. And from there it had been a short hop, skip and a jump to the Potters and Harry and the Wards. It wasn't at all odd that Alastor had paid no attention to Albus's reassurance that all was well, and Sirius was not a threat. Alastor was Alastor, which meant paranoid and not inclined to take anybody else's word, not even Albus's. It was a marvellously successful worldview for an aura, and had its uses. Indeed, Albus had fully expected Alastor to do what he had done in tracking down Harry and checking on the Wards. Albus had congratulated himself with a lemon drop after Arabella's report that she had seen Alastor and that he had reported the Wards were fine. Of course, Alastor's visit had probably coincided with Harry's interview about Sirius, come to think of it. Arabella's report had mentioned a woman that in hindsight met Amelia Bones's description. Her second report, though, had been most odd, the gossip that the Dursleys had taken Harry with them to wherever they had gone because of whatever family emergency had transpired. But Albus wanted to take it as a sign that the Dursleys were finally treating Harry as part of their family, so he did. Perhaps the explanation could be found in the events of the previous summer, when they had caused Harry to run away from home. Perhaps they had realized that their treatment of the boy was unacceptable and turned over a new leaf. So, yes, it was odd, but odd could be good. The chamber pot room was such an example. But there was odd, and there was odd, and it had been odd that out of nowhere Cornelius had decided to allow Amelia Bones to investigate Sirius's past alleged crimes and events at Hogwarts at the end of the school year. It wasn't odd that Amelia had done a sterling job and exonerated Sirius. She had been a wonderfully bright student, if Albus remembered correctly. Of course, there was an explanation for Cornelius's about turn. It appeared that a new and surprising patron had appeared on the scene. Albus had spies, contacts, everywhere, and his contacts had managed to scrounge up the interesting fact that there was a new Lord Black. Guy? It was all being kept very hush-hush. But Albus had confirmed that someone had taken ownership of the Black Manor in London, as whoever it was had consigned all the portraits to sleep, and so Phineas Nigellus Black was stuck in the one at Hogwarts. Again, a new Lord Black wasn't odd so much as odd. Not that there was one, as there were plenty cousins, all of whom had more or less equal claim to the family magic. But it was a surprise, as Sirius was the blood heir. And while Albus just couldn't see Sirius taking up the mantle with the depth of derision he held for his family name and heritage, the whole thing was very odd in the timing. There again, thought Albus as he navigated the corridors and stairs with ease, Sirius had been in the news constantly following his escape. Media attention may have prompted one cousin to assume the lordship and make a plea on his cousin's behalf, or maybe Sirius had fled to this cousin and made a deal, Sirius giving up all claim to the lordship in exchange for getting him exonerated, and perhaps a job for a friend. It would explain Remus Lupin's immediate success in finding alternative employment. No matter, Albus was sure all would be revealed in time. So Albus wasn't alarmed by a new Lord Black appearing on the scene. The Black family had been powerful and traditionally dark, but the old alliances were broken, and Albus couldn't see someone like Lucius Malfoy simply accepting an usurper in his dealings with the Ministry. And if this was a Lord Black that had taken the position at Sirius's behest, then Albus wasn't overly worried, as he doubted Sirius would have approached someone truly dark. No, there was no need to assume a political threat until more was known about this Lord Black's agenda. The more immediate wrinkle was Sirius himself. In hindsight, Albus wondered if it wouldn't have been better to have pushed Cornelius for a trial the night Sirius had been locked up in Hogwarts. Albus could have offered his personal protection and insisted on due process under the auspice of his chief warlock authority. From there he could have controlled the issue of Harry's custody, using the debt Sirius would owe him to convince him that the boy remained with the Dursleys. But Albus had decided at the time that he couldn't take the risk Sirius as a fugitive made it easier for Albus to keep Harry safe, and so he had determined to simply allow Harry to help Sirius escape. After all, Sirius was innocent and didn't deserve to be incarcerated or kissed. Albus regretted more than he could say not visiting the boy in Azkaban and not ensuring there was a trial. The chaos of the end of the war and his own grief at the various losses were poor excuses for his inattention in that regard, despite being the truth of why he hadn't. However, Sirius was now exonerated. He was free to try for custody of Harry, and, from the press over the past week, the wizarding world was eager to give it to him. Albus had lost a great deal of leverage because he'd had nothing to do with securing Sirius his freedom. It wasn't a disaster. The good news was that Sirius remained abroad, whereabouts unknown, and Harry was safely away with the Dursleys. If there was a move to award Sirius custody, Albus was certain that he could advise a long period of convalescence for Sirius after his ordeal in Azkaban before any access to Harry was allowed. And beyond that, he had confidence in his own ability to persuade Sirius to his point of view that Harry was safest at the Dursleys. After all, Sirius had acquiesced to that view on the fateful night of the Potters' deaths, when Albus had arranged for Hagrid to collect Harry from the wreckage of the Potters' home. Although possibly, Albus mused, back then Sirius had thought the plan to hide Harry with the Dursleys was a temporary one, and it had been until Albus had discovered the blood protection Harry carried. Maybe he would have to give up the secret that Harry's blood carried within it his mother's sacrifice, that it was renewed under the blood wards she had left around her sister's home, and imbued back into those very same wards by Harry residing within them. The advantage it gave far outweighed any other consideration, like the boy being raised by people who loved him. It was deeply unfortunate that the Dursleys hadn't accepted Harry, hadn't loved him. Albus had hoped Minerva had been wrong about the kind of people they were, but Arabella's first report to him, only a few months after leaving baby Harry with them, had left him with little doubt she had been perfectly correct in her concerns. Albus had felt a twinge of conscience about removing the Potters' will from their solicitors at that point, but by then the poor Longbottoms were no longer viable contenders to look after. Young Harry Sirius was in prison, and Minerva, well, he was certain she would agree him, which made the Tonks' claim moot. And the Dursleys had looked after Harry, housed him, clothed him in a fashion, fed him poorly perhaps, but enough. And through their example of how not to behave, Harry had grown into quite a splendid young boy. No, Harry's home life wasn't ideal, but it was sufficient, and more importantly, the blood protection Harry carried was maintained, which was the important thing. It had already saved his life once more. Sirius would understand the necessity of leaving Harry with the Dursleys when Albus explained it. He was certain of it. Albus entered the great hall in good spirits then. The holiday seating was out, one long table in the centre of the hall. He sat down in his usual chair, which had been placed in the middle of the right-hand side. Minerva had chosen to sit opposite him rather than beside him. She still hadn't forgiven him for barging in on her meeting with Remus at the beginning of the week, and for not yet having his promised discussion with Severus. But Phileas was on his left as normal, and Severus had taken the seat to his right. Pomona Sprout was across from the potions professor, rounding out the heads of the Hogwarts houses, while Poppy Pomfrey sat opposite Phileas. Hagrid was at one end of the table, Argus Filch at the other. The rest of the staff had already been released from their duties and had departed for their holidays, or, in the case of Sybil Trelawney, retired to quarters. Albus led their conversation, a mix of glee at the absence of students, irritation at the end of year bureaucracy and paperwork, and anticipation of their holiday plans drift over him as he tucked into a bowl of porridge with warm honey. Instead, he focused on the vexing problem of Tom Riddle. He was confident that defeating him was still achievable. He had spent years suspecting that Tom hadn't died the night he had attacked the Potters, based on his discovery of a vile soul fragment of the evil wizard within Harry when he had examined him in the Hogwarts infirmary. It had horrified Albus and the staff with him. Hagrid, who had brought Harry to Hogwarts, and Poppy, who had been administering healing. Albus had no idea how to remove it, and had settled for binding Harry's magic to ensure the fragment was kept weak. Then he'd erased Hagrid's and Poppy's memories of Harry being there and what they had learned. He couldn't risk news of the soul fragment, or indeed the blood protection which he'd also discovered, leaking out to the general public. He'd sent Hagrid off with the child to Privet Drive on the motorcycle, beating him there easily and allowing Hagrid to think he'd come directly from Godric's Hollow. It had been easy enough to think up a plan to confirm his suspicions once and for all when he had finally tracked down rumours of a wraith in Albania. The Philosopher's Stone provided a tasty bait in the trap, and Harry, beginning his schooling, provided a second temptation to draw in Tom. He hadn't quite planned for Quirrell to be possessed. The poor boy, even if he had suggested Albania as a possible venue for Quirrell to gain some practical Dada experience, and in his defence, Albus had tried very hard to find a solution that would leave Quirrell alive once the wraith was exorcised. And initially everything had gone well. Tom, through Quirrell, had come to the school. Then Quirrell had let a troll into the school and, according to Severus, tried to kill Harry during his Quidditch match. After that, Albus had sent for the Mirror of Erised to place an additional protection on the stone, one he hoped would keep Tom trapped until Albus could face him. But Albus had underestimated Quirrell's, or rather Tom's, sneakiness, and Harry's sense of responsibility. Tricked out of Hogwarts, he suspected a strong confundus and compulsion spell on the parchment, which had called for his presence at the Ministry, and for him to travel by broomstick of all things. Albus had arrived back just in time to realize Quirrell. Voldemort had gone after the stone, and Harry had gone after him. In some ways, Albus believed the confrontation between the two was fated because of the prophecies Sybil Trelawney had given to him, the prophecy that had led Tom into attacking the Potters in the first place, that nothing he could have done would have prevented it. But that hadn't lessened his guilt when he had found Harry skipping into unconsciousness, his mother's protection having saved him once again, although Albus had also felt a moment's vindication in his decision to leave Harry with the Dursleys. Tom's wraith had fled rather than face Albus. It was as he watched over young Harry in the hospital wing that Albus realized he had grown fond of the boy, and he was consumed by sorrow because he couldn't think of any way for Tom to be eliminated without Harry dying because of the soul fragment. Albus had resolved to wait. Tom remained a wraith and powerless. There was no rush. He had decided that Harry should have as much of a childhood, as much of a life, as possible before the ultimate confrontation. He hadn't planned on Harry facing another shade of Tom in his second year. The Chamber of Secrets fiasco had been exactly that, a fiasco. Not that Albus would admit it to anyone. He had been unable to pinpoint the chamber's location, unable to think of an effective strategy to defeat the basilisk without allowing it to roam the school, unable to tell who was possessed, and therefore he couldn't take the risk of closing the school and allowing the possessed individual to disappear, and Lucius Malfoy's political manoeuvrings hadn't helped matters. In the end, the entire awful affair had been horrendously valuable in terms of intelligence, because it had revealed the diary. Tom had created a Horcrux to anchor him to the land of the living, probably more than one. And likely the partial fragment that had ended up in Harry had been a mistake or an accident caused by the instability in Tom's soul. It gave Albus a new avenue for investigation and narrowed the field on how Tom might regain a form. There were rituals of restoration, one in particular called for the use of the blood of an enemy. If Harry's was used, then Harry would have an anchor to life, although it would open up the soul connection between them fully. But Albus couldn't count on it. He had to assume that there would be no advantage and that Harry's death was inevitable. Time was of the essence, Albus mused. The prophecy Harry had overheard at the end of term seemed to indicate that Tom would regain his form sooner rather than later. That was problematic. Albus had only just started investigating the issue of the Horcruxes, and they would need to be destroyed before a final showdown between Harry and Tom could take place. Certainly his plans for the summer had taken on a new urgency. He sighed and started on the plate of sausage, eggs, beans, and toast. He finally tuned back into the discussion. "Personally, I don't think we need a bullying policy," Pomona said firmly. "Just because the Muggles have issues doesn't mean we do." "Bullying does take place within these hallowed corridors," rejoined Severus silkily, "no matter how unpleasant you may find the topic. Perhaps then it would be prudent of us to set a good example and refrain from bullying students ourselves before we ask the same behaviour of the students." Minerva snapped at Severus, who raised an eyebrow at her. "Bullies are a part of school life and a part of life," Phileas interjected. "I was bullied, but I learned how to deal with it and make my own way." "Not everyone has your fortitude, Phileas," Poppy countered. "There are some young children who come into the infirmary week after week having been hexed, and nothing is done. It's not acceptable." "Well, if they don't report who did it to a staff member, what can be done?" Pomona asked. "And they won't," Severus pointed out. "Telling tales is against the unwritten rules of the schoolyard." "Well, I happen to think a bullying policy that encourages children to come forward with a promise of anonymity and confidentiality, coupled with a supportive teaching staff who don't simply pat them on the head and say, 'Well, I was bullied and I turned out all right. Buck up, old chap,' would be beneficial," Poppy said strongly. "What do you think, Albus?" Phileas asked. "Are you for or against?" "I don't see any need to implement something additional to our normal policy," Albus said firmly. Poppy snorted loudly. "What policy?" A rush of wings had everyone at the table looking up as the mail delivery arrived. Albus accepted the Daily Prophet from a tawny owl in exchange for some sausage. The headline had him choking on his juice. "Sirius Black awarded custody of the boy who lived. Rita Skeeter. The Ministry of Magic have announced their decision to revoke custody of the boy who lived from his Muggle relations, and to place him with the newly exonerated Sirius Black. Calls for this very action have multiplied since Black was cleared of all charges related to the deaths of his good friends and the Muggles who died in his confrontation with wanted Death Eater at large, Peter Pettigrew. Minister Fudge noted in the press announcement of the decision that it had been made after a copy of the Potters' missing will was handed over to authorities. It is clear that the wishes of James and Lily Potter were to place their only child in the safe keeping of long-term family friends, 2 of whom had been named as the child's godparents. It is understood by this prophet reporter that Frank and Alice Longbottom were the first choice of guardians for young Harry, a well-respected couple from an ancient and noble house in a stable marriage with a child of their own. Sources suggest that they had begun a search for the will in the days before they were attacked with the intent to challenge the placement of Harry with the Muggles by Albus Dumbledore. They are currently residents of the long-term spell damage ward at St. Mungo's and unable to take custody. Augusta Longbottom commented, "The Longbottoms and the Potters have long been allies, and it is regretful that my son and his wife were unable to assume guardianship as the Potters wished. Alice Longbottom née Kerrigan also enjoyed a close friendship with Lily Potter née Evans at Hogwarts, each choosing the other as godmother for their sons, who were born only a day apart. Of course, Sirius Black was named as godfather to young Harry, and was therefore the immediate second choice, despite being young and single. His solicitor, Brian Cutter of Cutter, Glock and Barron, gave us this statement: "My client, Sirius Black, is delighted at the decision of the Ministry and looks forward to fully introducing his godson to the wizarding world beyond Hogwarts. He is currently abroad and undergoing medical treatment in line with conditions set by the Ministry. He'd like to thank Minister Fudge for expediting the decision on behalf of himself and Harry, so they may spend part of the summer together before Harry resumes his schooling. Black's upbringing as an heir to an ancient and noble house also prepares him for his new duty as regent of the House of Potter. The current proxy for the House of Potter is Elmer Sampson, appointed by the Chief Warlock in the absence of a regent as per Wizengamot rules. Mr. Sampson, a former Order of Merlin recipient, was unavailable for comment. We at the Prophet wish Harry much happiness with his new guardian." This was a disaster, Albus thought sadly. "Fabulous," drawled Severus beside him. "If the brat wasn't already spoiled—" "Enough," Minerva interrupted sharply, banging her hand down on the table with so much force the plates rattled and the cutlery jumped. "I have had enough of your derogatory comments and snide remarks about Harry Potter." You are entitled to your opinion on Black, although I despise your daily commentary about him. Merlin knows the two of you have quite a history between you, and you are both adults. But belittling and bad-mouthing a boy, a student no less who has done nothing—" Her eyes flashed when Severus would have interrupted. "Nothing," she stressed, "to incur such abuse beyond being James Potter's son is entirely unacceptable behaviour for a teacher within these walls. You will speak respectfully of him as you would insist he speak of you." "Now, Minerva," Albus said hurriedly. "Don't Minerva me." Minerva glared at him across the table. "Too long have I looked away from less than acceptable behaviour, but no more." She gave an angry huff. "Poppy is quite right. We do have a problem with bullying. And why? Because we condone such behaviour by inaction, because we do not open our eyes and see what is under our very big noses." She threw down her napkin and departed before anyone could say anything. The rest of the table was silent, unnerved by the confrontation between their colleagues. "Well," Albus cleared his throat, "perhaps Minerva is correct. We should all pay more attention and speak out against any signs of bullying, especially in light of our planned visitors to Hogwarts this coming year." He turned to Severus, who looked faintly stunned. "Severus, would you join me in my office, please?" Albus didn't wait for Severus's agreement, but immediately rose from the table and glided away, fully expecting Severus to follow him, which he did. He waited until he was settled behind his desk before he waved Severus into a visitor's chair. "Headmaster, you cannot," Severus began. Albus raised his hand and stopped him before he could get any further. "Severus, I more than anyone know your history with Sirius Black," he said. "I know you provoked him into daring, you knowing full well what awaited you at the end of the tunnel. And I know you hated James Potter for saving you because you had hoped to kill Remus Lupin and get Black expelled. Did they bully you? Yes, but in later years you started just as many of the skirmishes between you as they did. This is the truth of your history, and I told you at the time that I knew all that had transpired." Severus blinked at him. "I do not expect you to befriend Sirius Black, nor do I expect you to suddenly proclaim a positive view of the man. But I do expect you to realize that your reactions to the news over the past week have alienated Minerva, who is distressed at the thought that an innocent man, a former Gryffindor student of hers no less, spent the better part of 12 years in Azkaban, and who finds you glorying in that same fact so openly and wishing that he had been kissed distasteful in the extreme. I do expect you to address that misstep on your part and mend your working relationship." "Perhaps I have been less than discreet in my comments," allowed Severus, adjusting his robes. "You have made a similar mistake in regards to Harry," Albus noted coolly. "Minerva's point was well made, and I have allowed your attitude towards him to continue for far too long. I had hoped that you would come to see for yourself that Harry is not his father, and has many of Lily's qualities, that his life has not been easy or spoiled. And certainly he will face much hardship in the future, given what we know must come to pass. While I trust your commitment to helping him defeat Voldemort, your enmity towards Harry will not serve us in achieving that goal. Don't think I don't know that Minerva had to step in as deputy and adjudicate Harry's mark in potions at the end of last year. It is not acceptable professional behaviour, and you will stop, Severus." Severus flinched from the criticism and sat back. "You and I both know it is not that easy. If Sybil's latest prediction was correct, then even now Pettigrew helps the Dark Lord rise again. If I am to regain my position as a spy, you will say that I have ordered you to be civil to the boy." Albus interrupted him. "It is even the truth, Severus, so it should suffice. Civility will not harm our plans." He repressed his smile at Severus's scowl and picked up the newspaper. "This, on the other hand, may derail things significantly." Albus sighed and leaned back. "Has Lucius mentioned a new Lord Black?" "We haven't spoken since just after Black's escape, and the topic of conversation revolved around that debacle," Severus said, hiding his surprise too slowly for Albus not to see it. "I can make contact, see what he knows." "Please do," Albus said gratefully. Severus regarded him thoughtfully. You believe a new Lord Black is responsible for Black's good fortune with the Ministry? It is a theory, Albus said mildly. But if there is, and he is, he spread his hands wide, we need to know more before determining friend or foe. Severus got to his feet. With your permission, headmaster. Albus dismissed him with the advice that Minerva preferred chocolate-covered apologies. He settled back and considered his options. The only good thing was Harry remained away from Privet Drive with the Dursleys, and therefore hidden. Albus could go to the Ministry and protest the guardianship, but that would expose the level of his interest in Harry and provoke questions he did not want to answer. No, it was best to deal with Sirius directly and come to some agreement before Sirius returned to take actual custody of Harry, which meant approaching Remus Lupin or Brian Cutter, the solicitor mentioned in the Prophet, for information on Sirius's whereabouts. Both were difficult, but Albus perhaps had a little more leverage with Remus. The former professor did owe him for allowing him to come to Hogwarts as a student and for employing him for a year. He picked up some parchment and began a letter. O. Time Bubble, August 9th, 1994. Harry heard the crunch of footsteps coming up the mountain path and hurriedly wiped his eyes with the backs of his hands. He wasn't surprised that someone had followed him. He had run off abruptly in the middle of his mind-healing session. But he really wanted to be alone. As much as he'd hated his life with the Dursleys, he'd sometimes enjoyed the solitude that effectively gifted him with his many chores and general dislike of his presence. And he rarely had that kind of solitude at the clinic between the treatment's lessons and living with Sirius. It seemed stupid to resent the lack of solitude when he'd gained so much more. Someone who did seem to care about him, love him even. Sirius had been nothing but endlessly patient with Harry during the past month. Harry's magic was under control again, and he knew he'd learned more than the first time through his lessons at Hogwarts. They'd even begun some fourth-year material. Then there was the duelling Sirius had added to the curriculum, which was just wicked, and Harry had quickly fallen in love with runes, too. Sirius was as good a teacher as Remus. It hadn't all been work, though. Blackhawk, or Noshi, as he insisted on being called, had introduced him to his grandchildren, as promised. Kimmy was 14 and enjoyed Quidditch. She reminded him of the Gryffindor Chaser girls. Hewitt was 15, quiet and studious, but he had a wicked sense of humour. They were both loads of fun, and they spent every Saturday afternoon flying, or playing games, or exploring the hiking trails with Harry. Neither of them seemed overawed by his whole boy-who-lived thing, and he hoped he had made 2 new friends. Still, he missed Hermione and Ron. He missed being able to write to them and to hear their replies. Healer Fay had suggested he write a journal of his time at the clinic to give to them when he returned. He'd felt a bit stupid the first couple of times, but it did help. He figured Hermione would read it, but he doubted Ron would be interested. He began to realize that, although he'd heard the crunch of steps, no one had actually approached him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the familiar animagus form of his godfather sitting by the pathway with a rucksack at his paws, obviously guarding him, but otherwise leaving him alone with his thoughts. He felt a surge of affection and cleared his throat. "It's okay, Padfoot," Harry said softly. "You can come sit with me." Padfoot responded eagerly, picking up the rucksack in his mouth and jogging up to Harry quickly and dropping the rucksack at his feet. He pushed his head against Harry's chest, and Harry patted the grim. "I'm sorry, Padfoot, but I think I need to talk with Sirius." Padfoot hustled back a bit and transformed. Harry reached out for a hug, and Sirius immediately gathered him up. It didn't occur to Harry that it was the first time he had eschewed the dog for the man, or that it was the first hug that he had initiated. He just savoured the security of knowing Sirius cared about him. Sirius ruffled his hair. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," Harry murmured. He sighed and shuffled back from his godfather. "I didn't blow anything up, did I?" "Nope," Sirius assured him, snagging the rucksack and opening it to get to a water bottle he handed to Harry. "You controlled yourself wonderfully, and nothing blew up. Well, maybe a small ornament, but Healer Fay said it was hideous and deserved to die." Harry grimaced. but given how powerful his magic truly was, an ornament blowing up was minor. He sipped his water and stared out at the view of the valley. He could see for miles. "Did Healer Fay tell you—" "No." Sirius opened another water bottle and took a large gulp. He gestured with it. "All your mind-healing sessions are confidential, Harry." He sighed and rubbed his nose as he considered how to tell Sirius what he had realized. "I was telling her about overhearing the professors talk about you in Hogsmeade." He shifted on the uncomfortable ground and plucked at a blade of glass. "I don't know why I didn't put it together before, but Hagrid met you at Godric's Hollow and took me because he had orders from Dumbledore. He was the one who left me with my aunt, wasn't he? Dumbledore, I mean. But Hagrid, too. He delivered me like a parcel." "Why?" A sharp gust of wind around them had Sirius placing a hand on his arm. "Take a breath, Harry." Harry could feel his magic straining to get loose as his emotions tumbled out of control, and he hurriedly did as Sirius asked. He closed his eyes and did his breathing exercises, wrestling his emotions back and slowly nudging his magic back into dormancy. "I'll tell you what I know," Sirius promised. "Hagrid was already there when I got to your parents' house. I was a mess as soon as I saw your dad." Tears shone in his eyes. "I took you from Hagrid for a while. You were crying and bloody, and I tried to heal you. But Hagrid told me that he had orders to get you to Dumbledore so that they could take you to your aunt's." He collected himself. "I protested quite vehemently, but Hagrid wouldn't be moved. He had his orders. Then I made a decision which is the biggest regret of my life, Harry, and I let Hagrid take you." Harry bit his lower lip, but held Sirius's gaze. "I knew, you see, that your mum had placed wards around your aunt's place to protect her from the Death Eaters. Your aunt was clueless about them, hadn't talked to your mum in ages. But on the face of it, stowing you with her for a little while until all the immediate fervour died down seemed like a good idea." Sirius motioned again with his bottle. "And admittedly, I was pleased I would be free to go after Peter. I was very stupid and should have insisted on going with Hagrid and looking after you myself." "I'm not mad at you, Sirius," Harry reassured him. "I mean, I was a little bit at the end of term, but you've more than— What I mean is, I'm making up for it now," Sirius suggested as Harry struggled to put his feelings and thoughts into words. "Yes," Harry confirmed with a sigh of relief. "Good," Sirius said. "Anyway, you were meant to go to the Longbottoms according to the will. Alice Longbottom is your godmother, and was your mum's best friend. Frank was a couple of years older, and like an older brother to your dad. They were married, happy, and had Neville. James and Lily figured they would be the best guardians for you, and I couldn't disagree with them. Back then, I was a young, single male with only occasional babysitting experience. Don't get me wrong. If I hadn't ended up in Azkaban, I would have happily raised you, but they were the better choice." "What happened to them?" Harry asked, curious. "Neville never talks about them, and I know he was raised with his gran. They were attacked a couple of weeks after you got rid of Voldemort. My cousin Bella, her husband, his brother, and Barty Crouch Jr. tortured them into insanity. They're in St. Mungo's." "Poor Neville," thought Harry. He wondered what was worse, losing his parents, or what had happened to Neville's. Either way, they'd both lost the opportunity to be raised by their mum and dad. From what I can gather from Remus, the Longbottoms were going to challenge for custody before they got attacked. Dumbledore told them your aunt had taken guardianship, and they knew that wasn't what was in the will. Sirius said, "Only no one could find a copy as mine was in my vault, and you need a Potter to open the Potter vault. With no will, legally you would have been placed with the Dursleys anyway, as your aunt is your closest living relative." Harry sighed again. "So Professor Dumbledore just did what would have happened anyway." "Pretty much," Sirius said. He let that fact sink into him. "Do you? Did he know about how it was for me with them?" Sirius grimaced. "I think he suspected you didn't have the best life there, Harry, but do I think he knew the detail of it?" "I don't know, only he can tell you for certain." "It's just—" Harry tore some grass from the ground and let it fall through his fingers. "I thought he cared about me. But if he cared about me, wouldn't he have checked up on me? Made sure I wasn't living in the cupboard? I don't understand." His previous anger and hurt rolled through him again, and while he focused on keeping hold of his magic again, he missed Sirius's angry glower at the mention of the cupboard. "You're right that someone should have checked up on you. It's the job of the Wizarding Orphan Office. Only for your safety, I assume. Dumbledore didn't record your placement with your aunt with the Ministry," Sirius explained. "Now, Dumbledore should have checked up on you himself, but he'd promised your aunt minimal dealings with the wizarding world. Remus thinks Dumbledore also kept other people away from you, friends of James and Lily like Remus and Hagrid, so no one could lead Death Eaters to your door." He shrugged. "In this case, I think there was inaction because he cared about you. Do you see?" Harry nodded. "However, don't take my understanding for what he did as agreement with what he did, or didn't do, rather," Sirius continued. "He could have made different choices. He could have just turned up once a year on your birthday, for instance, to check on you. Or he could have sent Remus, who can easily pass for a Muggle, and who would have given you a link to your mum and dad. Or he could have installed a monitoring charm that told him how your relatives treated you. Your mum used to use one with babysitters. Fair frightened the life out of me the first time she recounted everything I'd done when I sat for you. As it stood, he left your relatives unchecked, and obviously they believed they could get away with treating you, not exactly as they should have." Harry considered everything Sirius had said. "It's like the chessboard, isn't it, that Remus did?" He poked at his laces. "This is one of the decisions you didn't like." "Yes," Sirius agreed, "exactly like the chessboard." He shifted position, moving into a cross-legged lotus position from their yoga exercises. "The thing about actions, or non-actions, but let's stick with actions for the time being, is that an action on its own only tells you part of the story." Harry looked at him dubiously. It sounded like it was heading towards another politics lesson. Sirius sprang one on him every week. The first one had been the layout of wizarding government. That had actually been interesting. The DMLE sounded very cool, made up the Aura Force, the hit wizard force for hunting down dangerous criminals, and the prosecution service, which sounded very similar to Muggle courts, dealing with who could be prosecuted and taking the cases to court. The Department of Mysteries, on the other hand, sounded like something Hermione would prefer, since Sirius had told him the bulk of it was a magical research department. There was also a small magical forensics department that handled magical reversals, obliviations, and investigations into weird or violent crimes, which sounded slightly more interesting, and the magical intelligence department, Nemi 7, sounded very interesting, as it was basically about spying. What was very cool was that everyone in the Dom was called an Unspeakable, and the work was highly confidential. Sirius had explained that both the DMLE and the Dom were part of the Ministry of Magic, but the rest of the ministry had what he called legislative powers. The individual departments determined the government policy, created laws, and worked to get them passed, same as the Muggles, and liaised with the DMLE on enforcement. The minister was voted in on the basis of his or her known political agenda. It all sounded very boring to Harry, but at least he finally understood what Arthur Weasley did, and why the ministry had attracted someone like Percy. The last part of the government was the Wizengamot, the magical equivalent of Parliament, or at least the House of Lords, and about as interesting. Unfortunately, Sirius had pointed out to him that he had no choice but to get somewhat interested, because the Potters had a seat in the Wizengamot. And whether he sat in it himself, unlikely, or gave his proxy to someone which his regent would have until he was of age anyway, he should have an opinion. The second political lesson Sirius had ambushed him with was actually even more about the Wizengamot, namely, the setup. The history of the Wizengamot was deeply boring, and not even Sirius's animated puppets could make it less so. Harry had written as much as he remembered in his journal for Hermione, though. The Wizengamot had 3 purposes: forming government, by which they meant voting the minister in or out and approving budgets, passing laws, which was obvious, and effectively being the judge and jury for crimes. The DMLE's prosecution service dealt with minor crimes and misdemeanors, so only major crimes usually went before the Wizengamot, primarily use of the unforgivables, but also murder and violent assault in general. There were 50 formal seats, of which 30 had been held by the original ancient and noble houses who had been part of the Wizards' Council, although only 22 ancient and noble houses remained sitting, as 8 had been sold on or given away after line extinction. Another 13 seats were held by Order of Merlin, first-class recipients, and 5 seats were held by the Minister, the head of the DMLE, the head of the DOM, and 2 other ministry appointees. A formal seat was owned by a family and usually occupied by the head of house, or a named proxy. If a seat was empty because the head of house was underage and there was no legal proxy named, the chief warlock, who presided over the Wizengamot and ensured it kept to protocol, had the authority to name one. That had happened in Harry's case, and he was kind of disturbed that some unknown person was voting on laws in the name of his family without Harry knowing anything about it. If a family line ended, the seat was returned to the floor. All members of the Wizengamot could nominate a new family to take over the seat. The members voted on the nominations, and the winner awarded the seat. Buying and selling seats had been made illegal, as had using them to cover debts. The Weasleys had, in the past, lost their seat for that reason. As it was rare for the pure-blooded original owners of the seats to nominate outside of their social circle, the only Muggle-borns who had seats had achieved entry as Order of Merlin recipients. The third lesson had enlightened him to political agendas. Sirius had effectively created an animated drawing of a fictional Wizengamot of 10 people debating a fictional law which wanted to make dark chocolate the only chocolate available. "See," Sirius said, waving at the parchment where a rather disturbing caricature of Lucius Malfoy appeared. "Malfoy wants the law because he thinks dark is the purest form of chocolate." An animated cartoon of Dumbledore appeared. He opposes the law because he prefers white chocolate, light and full of milky goodness. And there's me. I oppose the law because I prefer milk, which is the best of both worlds, and, frankly, the most popular kind. He pointed at Harry, who was dismayed as a shy, animated version of him waved from the parchment. "Those are our agendas. What's yours?" "Milk," Harry replied immediately. "I don't like dark chocolate because it's too bitter, and white chocolate makes me feel sick. So I guess I oppose the law too." The animation had then turned to political alliances. Since the animated Malfoy wanted the law to pass, he, Dumbledore and Sirius didn't. All of them needed to find others to help their point of view win. Sirius had added an animated Goyle and Knot, all were known. Dark chocolate lovers and likely to side with Malfoy before he added an animated Bones and Longbottom, known white chocolate supporters, and milk chocolate supporters, Greengrass and Abbott. "Who wins now?" Sirius asked. "Us," Harry said confidently. "There are more people who like other kinds of chocolate than dark." "Correct. If all the white and milk chocolate supporters got together, they would defeat the dark chocolate law by a vote of 3, 4, and 7 against." Sirius agreed. "But the dark chocolate people know this, so they've amended the proposed law, so dark and milk chocolate are okay, but white chocolate will be outlawed." "Well, that's not fair," Harry said. "Why not?" "Because it still discriminates against the people who like white chocolate. So, you're still opposed?" Harry nodded. "Excellent, so am I." Sirius agreed happily. "Now we have to convince Greengrass and Abbott." Sirius had encouraged the animated Harry to talk with the animated Greengrass and Abbott, with the result that Abbott bought his argument about equality, Greengrass didn't. The law was defeated, but only just 6-4. It had almost been fun. Almost. It had also been hard work, and Sirius had ended the lesson by indicating there was a lot more to alliances than simply agreeing on one particular issue. He pointed out that if animated Harry had offered animated Greengrass support for something Greengrass wanted, he might have convinced Greengrass too. So political lessons were sometimes fun, sometimes not, but always informative. And even if Harry didn't want to know he was so having a proxy for the rest of his life, Sirius was quite firm that he had to learn. Harry figured Hermione was going to love his journal. He hurriedly dragged his mind back to what he believed was going to be the latest lesson. Actions and the action itself only telling part of the story. "Let's look at one of your actions," Sirius declared cheerfully. Harry grimaced. "Do we have to?" "We have to," Sirius confirmed with a grin. "After all, you know all of the story about your own actions." He guessed that made sense. "So what action are we looking at?" Sirius looked at him thoughtfully. "How about your action in protecting the stone in your first year? What motivated you to protect it?" He blinked at his godfather. "Because Voldemort would have gotten it otherwise." Sirius hummed. "So you wanted to ensure he failed in his objective?" Harry shook his head. "I mean, yes, but more like it wasn't so much me making sure he failed as much as it was about making sure I didn't fail to stop him." "And why was that important to you?" "Because—" Harry paused, unsure of his answer, and thought about it. "Well," he began again, "some of it was the boy who lived stuff. I mean, I figured everyone expected me to stop him because I did before, you know. And I guess I kind of thought I had to, because I was the one who'd stopped him before, too. So that was part of it. But I also wanted to stop him because of Mum and Dad, because he killed them, and it wasn't right that he got to come back, and they didn't. And because it was the right thing to do," he added. "Wasn't it? I knew he was going after the stone. I couldn't just let him get it." "Yes, it was the right thing to do," Sirius said softly. "Although I would have preferred it if you hadn't risked your life." He poked Harry in the ankle. "But do you see how complicated your motivations were for protecting the stone? Multiple reasons, and not all of them obvious or apparent." Harry nodded. "And the lesson is," Sirius prompted, "people will have reasons for their actions, and that there could be many reasons, and not all of them will be out there for you to see," Harry supplied. "So, the headmaster leaving me with my aunt and not checking up on me, you said he did it to protect me, but there could be other reasons." "Exactly." Sirius beamed at him. "And you always need to question why someone does something or wants to do something. What's the benefit to them? What's the benefit to you? Look at what Remus and I did with Minister Fudge. He initiated the investigation on the promise of a new, more powerful political ally. He figured if he gave Lord Black the investigation, then Lord Black would look favourably upon him, which means he stays as minister for longer, and he gets power and money." Harry sighed. "Doesn't anyone do anything just because it's the right thing?" "Hardly anyone." Sirius hesitated and ploughed on. "I could say that I got custody of you just because it was the right thing to do, and it was, is, but that's not the only reason. I made it happen because, selfishly, I want to be part of your life because I love you. And I wanted custody, so I could have more say in protecting you. And because I promised your Mum and Dad, and I wanted to keep my promise. See?" He did see, and he had to admit that all of Sirius's reasons were good ones and benefited him in the end. He nodded at his godfather. "Now, here's the second half of the lesson. What reason do you think Dumbledore thought you had for protecting the stone?" asked Sirius. The question stumped Harry for a moment, because he'd never considered what Dumbledore had thought. "I guess he thought I'd done it because I wanted to stop Voldemort, because of my parents." "Maybe." Sirius hummed again. "That's probably about on target. What about Snape? What do you think he thought?" "That was easy. That I did it because I wanted the attention or the adventure of it." He rolled his eyes expressively. "And the rest of the school?" Sirius prompted. "Probably it was a mix," Harry said. "Hopefully my friends knew my reasons pretty well, but others probably believed the same as Dumbledore or Snape, I guess." "People are always going to judge you on your actions," Sirius explained bluntly. "And they may not take your word for it that you did X because of Y, because they may not like you or trust you. On the other hand, someone may not take your word for it that you did X because of Y, even if they do like you and trust you. That's human nature, unfortunately." "It's so complicated," Harry exclaimed. Sirius ruffled his hair. "Here endeth the lesson. But I want you to think back through some of your relationships with others and consider motivations, okay?" "Homework," Harry complained. "Great." But he wasn't complaining, really, and as Sirius helped him to his feet so they could walk back down the mountain to the cabin, he felt better about everything with Dumbledore. He didn't agree with Dumbledore's decision about leaving him with the Dursleys and not checking on him, but he could respect Dumbledore's reasons had probably been to protect him. But he wouldn't just blindly trust that Dumbledore held all the answers, or that he always did things for the right reasons. Not any more. Hiking up the path to Hogwarts, he was annoyed that he was going to have to talk to Albus, and he was doubly annoyed that he owed Sirius 5 galleons. "When it gets out about my guardianship of Harry, Dumbledore will come after you for where I am," Sirius said sagely. "I don't think he will," Remus countered. "He won't have any reason to think we're in that close contact or that we've reconnected enough for you to inform you." "Bollocks, Moony." Sirius pointed at him. "You're my closest friend. I bet you 5 galleons that he'll write you a wonderful letter asking you to meet with him as a favour to your old headmaster, and when you go along to his office. He'll use the fact that he allowed you to attend Hogwarts and gave you a job for a year to try and weasel the information out of you." He paused. "It's lucky he can't read your mind." "So I'll tell him I don't know," Remus replied. "No," Sirius said, grinning. "We should prank him." Remus sighed. This wasn't going to end well. And bugger it all! Sirius had been right. Remus muttered angrily to himself as he entered the castle and began the long walk to Dumbledore's office. He stood in front of the gargoyle and looked at it menacingly. "I'm here at the headmaster's request." The gargoyle moved aside. Remus continued up the stairs, and Dumbledore called for him to enter. Remus had seen the inside of the headmaster's office twice during his time as a student, once to go over the terms of his stay, because of his lycanthropy. He'd been 11 and scared to death, and once when Dumbledore had quizzed him about how much he knew about Sirius taunting Snape into the tunnel on the night of the full moon. Nothing. And it took him months to forgive Sirius for almost letting Remus eat someone. Even Snape. Remus took the offered chair, but declined the candy and tea with the excuse of another meeting to follow. He went straight on the offensive. "What can I do for you, Albus?" "Brilliant news about Sirius and Harry, isn't it?" "Yes, indeed." Albus smiled at him, eyes twinkling, although the smile was faintly forced. "Actually, it was on that very subject that I wanted to make a plea for assistance." "Oh!" Remus crossed his legs and tried to look helpful. "I wanted to talk with Sirius before he returns from abroad about Harry." Albus explained. "There are things of which Sirius may be unaware that he needs to know," he continued seriously. "I fear Voldemort will soon rise again with Mr. Pettigrew's help, and his attention will undoubtedly turn to Harry, the boy who banished him for so many years." "I agree," Remus said carefully. This was definitely more than either he or Sirius had thought Albus would share with them. Harry would be a target if Voldemort came back to power. "You always were a good student, Remus," Albus said, dropping the "remember who allowed you to be one" hint that Remus had been waiting for, "and an even better teacher, if I may say so. You understand that Harry will need every advantage in the coming dark days." "And there was the 'remember who gave you a job' hint." "So you will agree Sirius and I need to talk." "I understand why you wish to talk with him, Albus, but I'm not sure why it can't wait until Sirius gets back and takes custody of Harry," Remus said. "According to the newspaper, he is currently undergoing treatment." "Yes, I'm so glad he didn't decide to fight the Ministry on that," Albus said. "But I do feel it would be best for Harry that we talk before Sirius comes back to Britain. And I believe you know where Sirius is." "If I did know, Albus, it would be a confidence given to me by a friend," Remus pointed out. "And I'm still not convinced it can't wait." He could hear Sirius's voice reminding him not to make it easy on the old wizard. "I understand, and while I wouldn't normally press you to betray the confidence of a friend, I think you know me well enough to know that I would never make such a request if it was not a matter of the utmost importance." "Dear boy," Albus said. "I wish I could explain more, but I feel it only fair to inform Sirius first, as it must be his decision if anyone else should be told." Remus considered Albus for a long moment before sighing. "Not so dramatically that it would be obvious, but enough to signal a surrender." He withdrew a parchment from the inside pocket of his robes. Sirius had prepared it before he went away, and handed it to Albus. Albus happily took the parchment and read it. Remus, hope you've heard the excellent news. I have, Harry. Well, not yet, but soon. Off to get myself sorted out. I found a wonderful little clinic in Thailand. We'll be in touch when I get back. Sirius. Thank you, Remus, Albus said warmly and passed the parchment back. If Sirius asks, Remus began. Albus nodded at him. I'll be sure to be mysterious about my sources. Remus got to his feet as he tucked the parchment back into his robes and decided some additional teasing wouldn't go amiss. I assume you've seen Harry. How did he take the news? I'm sure he must be delighted. Ah! Albus's twinkle faltered for a moment. Harry and the Dursleys remain away. I'm sure they'll return soon, and I will inform him then. Right. And by then Albus no doubt hoped to talk Sirius out of taking custody. Remus felt any lingering regret at Sirius's prank disappear. Remus swallowed the retort that sprang to his lips and managed a smile instead. Well, I must be off. Albus gave a benign answering smile of his own. Thank you again, Remus. Yes, remember I was never here, Albus. Remus departed before Albus could say another word and hurried down the stairs and back into the main part of the castle. He headed for Gryffindor Tower, where his next appointment was waiting. When he had received Albus's thinly veiled summons, he had decided to combine it with meeting up with Minerva. She had sent some suggestions for the scholarship to Brian, and Brian had forwarded them to Remus as the steward of the House of Potter. He was also concerned after her reaction at the will reading, and he hoped his news would alleviate some of the pain and guilt she'd felt. He tapped lightly on her office door and opened it at her summons. Remus, Minerva smiled at him briefly, I take it your business with Albus is complete. She moved over to a hat-stand and pulled on a warm cloak of deep blue. She placed her hat on her head and adjusted it. All done. Remus confirmed, looking enviously at an expensive box of chocolates that sat on her desk. He took a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to her. My steward, Remus Lupin, invites you to 12 Grimmauld Place. Minerva looked up from the paper and considered him intently. Fidelius? 1 of 2. Remus confirmed. The Flue address is Black Manor, shall we? She nodded sharply and headed to the flue. She tapped it with her wand, and the fire erupted. Remus went first, taking a pinch of flue powder and stating the address firmly. Minerva stepped through a moment after he arrived. She glanced around the room and breathed in sharply at the crest on the wall. The House of Black? She snapped her gaze to Remus inquisitively. Sirius assumed the head of house to secure his freedom. Remus explained, I'll explain more when we reach our next destination. He handed her a second piece of parchment. Remus Lupin invites you to Griffin House, Potter Lane. A smile flitted over Minerva's stern features. We thought the name was apt, as the house is owned by 3 Gryffindors, and we named the lane ourselves in memory of James and Lily. Remus explained. The flue address is Prongs. It will only be accessible through this flue. Minerva nodded again. They repeated their trip through the flue, and Remus shut it down as soon as Minerva was through. He watched as she took along around the sunny hallway with its wide wooden door leading to the outside and large window showing the open space in front of the house leading to a path that led out to a forest. The hallway itself was painted a warm cream with natural dark wood, flooring a set of hooks on the wall by the door. An umbrella stand and a sturdy wooden table that would act as a dumping ground for keys and assorted minutiae. A wide wooden staircase led up to the upper floors. There was a faint pop, and the house elf arrived. May Dobby be taking the cloak and hat of Harry Potter's Professor McGoggles? He beamed up at her. She raised an eyebrow, but gave up her robe and hat. Thank you. And you, Harry Potter's mooey. Remus sighed, and let the house-elf divest him of his outer robe too, the house-elf hanging it on a hook. Tea in the sunroom, please, Dobby. The excited house-elf nodded and popped away. An unusual elf, Minerva commented. Harry freed him from the Malfoys, apparently. He turned up out of the blue, just as Sirius and I agreed we needed to find an elf for here to help look after Harry. He's a free elf. We're paying him a galleon a month. It tickles Sirius no end. Remus shook his head. Dobby's incredibly loyal to Harry and protective of him, which is the main thing." He smiled happily at her. "Welcome to Harry's new home. Shall I give you a tour?" "I'd appreciate a female point of view." "I'd be delighted," Minerva said, smiling. They went upstairs first. The attic room, with its sloping roof and adjoining ensuite bathroom, was Remus's. The sign on the door said Mooney. A large room on the floor below, with a shower room, was Sirius's, and he too had a sign with his Marauder name. Minerva's fingers trailed over the sign on the door opposite Sirius's that proclaimed Pronglet, and walked inside. She nodded in approval at the warm chocolate colour that predominated on the furnishings, linen and curtains, with cream and gold accents. The room wasn't overly large, but had the basics of a wardrobe, chest of drawers, bedside table, weeding chair and bed. A bookcase filled with Harry's school books, a desk and chair for study, were set under the large window to the right that looked out onto the back garden and the countryside beyond. Hedwig snoozed happily on her owl perch beside the desk. There was a small shower-room to the left, complete with toilet and sink. "We've set it up as similar to the room he has at Black Manor, but he can charm the colours here to something he prefers once he arrives," Remus explained. "Sirius wants him to have some say in making the room his." "An excellent idea," Minerva agreed. She waved her wand, turning the chocolate to Gryffindor red. "I believe Harry will find the familiarity comforting for his first night." Remus grinned and ushered her out and down the stairs, briefly showed her the 2 guest bedrooms before they ended up back in the hallway. There was a large, comfortable living-room to the front of the house that Minerva exclaimed over. With Remus's permission, she conjured a tartan throw for the sofa and some cushions for the chairs. She picked up the photos of the Marauders, Lily and Harry, on the mantelpiece, smiling wistfully at all of them, before following Remus through into a study filled with bookcases and 2 desks on opposite walls. The study overlooked the back garden, and had doors out to a small patio area. Remus picked up a file and a book from his desk, and they walked back to the hallway through another formal reception-room, where Minerva did the same finishing touches, and into the dining-room. It led to the large kitchen, where Remus took Minerva down the steps into the basement which had been set up for magical practice. He finally stopped the tour at the large sun-room at the back of the house, where a table was already laid out with afternoon tea waiting for them. Remus pulled out Minerva's chair and got her settled before taking his own seat. "So what do you think?" "It's lovely," Minerva said sincerely. "I believe Harry will be very happy here with you both, Remus." She accepted his silent offer of tea, picking up the teapot, and waited until he had poured her a cup before continuing. "You'll forgive me for noting that I don't believe that this amount of work was possible in just the few days since Sirius was awarded custody. No, indeed. Remus filled her in on Sirius, assuming his position as the head of the House of Black. Their plan to get Sirius's name cleared. The Ministry's discovery of Harry Potter's Muggle life. The immediate awarding of custody to Sirius, and the agreement for the news to leak slowly to the public. Quite honestly, we thought we would have another week of wrangling with Fudge about the custody." Remus passed her the plate of warm scones. But apparently Amelia Bones was horrified by the Muggles, and pushed for Harry's immediate removal from them. Minerva sliced her scone open. "I should have listened to my first instinct about those Muggles. I don't know why I let Albus talk me into leaving Harry with them. I'd only just found out about Lily and James, but that is no excuse for walking away as I did." "We all walked away, Minerva," Remus pointed out. "Sirius walked away when he handed Harry to Hagrid. Something I know haunts him. Hagrid walked away believing, as you did, that Albus knew best. I held on as long as I could, but even I walked away in the end because I had to live my own life. You're not alone in making that mistake. We all trusted Albus to take care of Harry." Minerva nodded, accepting the comfort as she bit into her scone. Remus buttered his own scone before he continued. "If the will had emerged sooner, things would have been different, I'm sure. Perhaps," Minerva wiped her fingers on the napkin, "although I find myself wondering if I wouldn't have allowed Albus to convince me that Harry was safer with the Muggles." She shook her head. I certainly allowed him to convince me that talking with Harry about his family was inappropriate, but then I do try not to show favoritism at the school." "So no favoritism except in matters of Quidditch?" Remus teased. "You did make Harry the youngest Seeker for 100 years." "Well, that was not favoritism," Minerva retorted primly. "It was desperation not to continue losing to Slytherin." Remus chuckled. "I have come to realize with Harry that I have erred badly," Minerva confessed. "I could have arranged to meet him during the Christmas or Easter break and offered him some knowledge of his family. Hagrid said that the Muggles had told him next to nothing, and while I contributed photos for the album he made, I should have done more. I didn't tell Harry about knowing James when I met him either." Remus sympathized. "It's difficult as a professor to communicate that kind of personal information to a student. I didn't realize until I was a teacher just how difficult." Minerva picked up her cup. "Well, I have decided to request a meeting with Harry once Sirius returns and takes custody of him. I'm sure he'll agree, but actually Sirius already has custody of Harry." Remus smiled at her shock. "But Albus thinks Harry is away with his relatives." Remus nodded briskly. "Just as Sirius intended. He took Harry with him to a clinic for treatment. Harry was badly affected by the Dementors during the school year, and beyond that, Sirius was unhappy that Harry was, well, small for his age, shall we say. He wanted Harry to get fully checked out." A wise and responsible decision. Minerva agreed, blinking back her surprise. "I'm hoping it's given them some time to bond," Remus said. "I should have realized when I saw Harry's owl in his room." Minerva fixed him with a stare. "Albus will not be happy when he finds out you kept this from him. He'll be even unhappier when he realizes that Sirius isn't in Thailand," Remus admitted cheerfully. "Do I want to know, Mr. Lupin?" Minerva questioned with mock sternness. Remus felt like a student under her gaze again, and squirmed. Sirius guessed Albus would want to speak with him once the guardianship came out, and that he would prevail upon me to provide an answer. Minerva pursed her lips. "You sent Albus to Thailand?" "Sirius and Harry will return tomorrow. I expect an adoption ceremony will soon follow," Remus said, "and any opportunity to interfere with the guardianship will be gone." "That your trust in Albus has eroded so much that you've taken these measures," Minerva sighed unhappily. She was still torn, Remus mused. Torn between her respect for, and loyalty to, Albus, and her own awakening realization that Albus's decisions in regards to Harry were not always for the best, and the part she had played in allowing those decisions to stand despite her own reservations. "You also have to remember that Sirius holds Albus somewhat responsible for his wrongful imprisonment," Remus said softly. "Sirius hasn't spoken to me much about it, but I think he was very hurt that he didn't merit even a visit from the leader of the Order to confirm his guilt. Not to mention Albus's abrogation of his responsibility as Chief Warlock to ensure that Sirius had a trial." Minerva sighed heavily. "I cannot blame you or Sirius," she said quietly, "just as I cannot deny that Albus would interfere if he could." She frowned. "I will not tell Albus you have sent him on a wild Nargle chase, Remus, but only because I believe Harry will be much happier here than with those awful Muggles." "Thank you, Minerva," Remus said. "There was something else Sirius wanted me to talk to you about if the will was read ahead of him returning. You know you were on the list of potential guardians. Sirius was hoping you would accept being named as Harry's guardian in the event something happens to him." "But you—" Minerva's cup clattered back into its saucer. "Cannot, for obvious reasons, unless the law regarding werewolves changes," Remus said, somewhat pained by the admission. "I believe Sirius has included a clause that specifies you have to allow me access to Harry and keep me on as steward to the House of Potter." He picked up his own cup and took a fortifying sip. "Sirius wanted to honor James and Lily's wishes in following the order of guardianship they laid out. But if you refuse, he has others in mind." Minerva shook herself slightly. "I would be honored." She smiled at him. "And I have no objection to the clause regarding yourself, Remus. Indeed, such a tragedy occur, I would be grateful for your help. I'll confirm the details with Brian, then." Remus smiled at her gratefully. "Speaking of Brian, I guess we should cover the changes to the scholarship that you wanted to make. Of course, you're the steward." Minerva realized out loud. She shook herself and smiled at Remus fondly. "You deserve the position, Remus. Although what society is going to think of Sirius holding both the House of Black and the regency of the House of Potter? It will certainly be interesting." Remus flipped open the folder and took out a piece of parchment. "Firstly, the change you wish to make to name an unpaid deputy for the scholarship to assist in the selection of the student and oversee anything, should you be unavailable. Neither Brian nor I have any problems with that." "Do you have someone in mind?" "I was thinking of Phileas. He adored Lily when she was a student, and he's always had a soft spot for Muggle-born children," Minerva said. "He actually made the other suggestion." "Phileas should be fine. The only person I would have seriously objected to is Severus," Remus explained. "Although he was friends with Lily, his treatment of Harry prohibits it." "I agree with you," Minerva said. "Albus has spoken with Severus, but we shall see. The proof is in the casting, after all." "The other suggestion, Phileas's, was it? It's an admirable sentiment, wanting to either offer the scholarship in retrospect to a deserving Muggle-born student from each year since '82, when the scholarship should have gone into effect, or 2 students going forward for the next 12 years, Remus said. "Unfortunately, legally, Brian says we can't do it under the terms of the current scholarship. That said, as steward of the House of Potter, I can agree to the equivalent amount of funds for something we'll call the Lily Potter Muggle-born Award. You can award it annually going forward for the next 12 years, or in retrospect for 12 deserving recipients, 1 from each year since '82. "I think the latter would be most appropriate and ensure there is no conflict going forward," Minerva said. "I suggest in fairness we award it to the highest NEWT scoring Muggle-born student from the '82 to '83 academic year until this past academic year." "I can agree to that," Remus said. "If you can provide me with a list of recipients, I'll have Brian draw up the legal papers to cover the award and its rules." He considered that Penelope would probably be a recipient. The young assistant was busily tackling the library at Black Manor and loving every minute of it. "Thank you," Minerva said. "I'd also like Harry to get involved with the scholarship. I would like his input into the selection criteria, and he should at least review the possible recipients on parchment and give his opinion before the candidate is chosen. After he's graduated, perhaps he could even come along to the interviews if he wished." "An excellent idea," Remus agreed. "Sirius wants to give some small duties to Harry to start in learning how to be a head of house. This would work well. I confess that Sirius is displaying a maturity about his guardianship that takes me aback, Remus." Minerva set down her cup and looked around the pleasant sun-room. "This is going to be a wonderful home for Harry." "We're going to try our best," Remus said. He closed the folder on the scholarship and tapped the book he had grabbed. "Minerva, there is something else I need your help on. This book contains a spell that Lily performed on Harry just before she died. In fact, the sacrifice of her death to save him triggered the spell. We think it was partially responsible for helping Harry survive the killing curse. There's a second ritual, to maintain the protection that I've marked. I'd like a second opinion. It was simple enough in theory. On the assumption of a blood adoption, it involved female witches in the adoptive family blessing the renewal of the protection with a simple ritual. It didn't seem to call for them to die, thankfully. But he'd feel better if someone else cast their eye over it in case they found something he'd missed." Minerva's eyebrows were almost at her hairline. "I'd be happy to take a look, Remus." She examined his face intently. "You intend to do it if it's possible?" "Sirius will do everything and anything needed to protect Harry, Minerva," Remus said simply. "Anything." He paused as he held her gaze. "And so will I. I won't walk away again." Her expression shifted to determination, and she nodded slowly. "Neither will I, Remus, neither will I." O. Time bubble, August the 31st, 1994. Harry shrieked as Hewitt dragged him back under the water, and Kimmy squirted a water gun at her cousin. The sight of his godson playing with such carefree abandon made Sirius smile so much that his face ached. "It is a happy sight," Noshi said beside him. They were ostensibly keeping an eye on the kids playing in the pool from the safety of the cabin's deck. It was a leaving party for Harry and Sirius, mostly for Harry, as they were heading home the next day. Sirius tilted his pumpkin juice in the direction of the pool. "It is. I should thank you for introducing them. Harry's made two great friends. After the events of Monday, I am surprised you are thanking me," Noshi said with a rueful smile. Monday, when Harry had gone to Hewrett's for dinner, and somehow all three kids had ended up soused on Muggle beer. A drunk Harry didn't have control of his magic, and it was a wonder that the damage to Hewrett's house had been localized to the teen's bedroom. Luckily, Hewrett and Kimmy had also emerged unscathed. Hewrett's parents had been warned by the housewards and managed to get Harry sobered up, back to the clinic and into isolation overnight before anything else had happened. Sirius had run the gamut of emotions that night, too concerned at the news Harry was in isolation, angry that Harry had been irresponsible in getting drunk, relieved beyond anything he was fine. A little amused, in truth, that Harry was being a typical teenager, and more than a little anxious at the realization he was going to have to man up, be a parent, and punish him. "How did Hewrett get hold of the beer anyway?" Sirius asked. Quiet, sensible Hewrett would have been the last person he'd have picked to break the rules. But then Remus had been the same way. In hindsight, he should have known. His older brother gave it to him on learning that Hurriet's relationship with his girlfriend had ended. Noshi sighed. He advised Hewrett to drown his sorrows. "Their mother is not best pleased with either of them. I had to intercede to allow Hewrett to come to this farewell meal." "Thank you," Sirius murmured. "I can appreciate her point of view. Harry and I had a long talk about his punishment, but I couldn't take today away from him for a first offence." "First offence?" Noshi said, eyes twinkling with amusement. "Charles Potter's punishment system. I figured James would have used it on Harry, and Harry would respect it, knowing it was his grandfather's system." Sirius explained. "For minor stuff, there were 3 stages of punishment. First offence, you did something you know or suspected was wrong, but probably didn't anticipate the consequences. Second offence, you repeated something you know was wrong, and were aware of the consequences. Third offence, you're a repeat offender, and clearly don't care about the consequences. Then there was the major stuff, which was considered a capital offence if you did it, things that were not allowed under any circumstances, rules that couldn't be broken, such as hurting someone, unless in self-defence, deliberately destroying property in anger, that kind of thing. And punishment increases on the severity of the offence?" Noshi nodded. "It's a good system. I also followed Healer Fay's advice and asked Harry what he thought his punishment should be for each offence." Sirius took a sip of his juice. She was right that he responded well to that. "He knows exactly what he'll get now, and has agreed to it. For Monday he lost his flying privileges and was grounded for a week, and his friend's ban, because he didn't do it alone, has only been revoked today for extraordinary circumstances." "A fair punishment," Noshi commented. "I am glad Healer Fay advised you well. She also told me it was a good sign that he's comfortable enough to test our relationship with bad behavior," Sirius commented wryly. "It's not exactly the way I wanted proof that he'd settled." Noshi gave a short laugh. "But she is right. That he feels secure enough to test your boundaries is encouraging." "I hate having to punish him," Sirius admitted. "I feel like a complete fraud after everything I did as a teenager. I can't wait until he's an adult and I don't have to do it any more. I was also pleased when my children became fully adult, but then I realized I had also lost the ability to punish them when they were being stupid." Noshi commented. "You cannot win as a parent." "I guess not," Sirius said, laughing. He sobered a little, gaze drifting back to Harry, who had gotten hold of the water pistol and had started shooting a shrieking Kimmy. "I am also very thankful we found out that he had this problem with alcohol here, and not at home. You will need to be certain that he understands the dangers." Noshi agreed. Until he is older, and the control of his magic is as second nature to him, and even then I am not sure I would not recommend he partake of any alcohol with the power he has. He's a good kid on the whole, so I don't think there'll be an issue," Sirius said. "But I will talk to him again." "And what of you, Sirius?" Noshi asked. "Are you ready to go home?" "In some ways, no," Sirius admitted with a long sigh. "Here feels safe and secure. We're hidden from the world. Whereas there's a lot of work to do to get Harry protected properly when I go back, a lot of political fencing that I'll need to do. I'm not looking forward to that part. And the other part? Our new home should be ready, which I can't wait to see," Sirius said. "And I want to get Harry settled, and for us to enjoy living as a family before he heads back to Hogwarts." "You would prefer it if he didn't go," Noshi surmised, observing Sirius's grimace. "He's been in danger every year he's attended. Last year was partially my fault, so I share some of the blame for that. But," Sirius sighed, "I'd prefer to homeschool him and know that he's safe, but as Moony would point out to me, what I'd really prefer is to wrap Harry totally in cotton wool and hide him away from the whole world for the rest of his life, which is unrealistic. So, he has friends at Hogwarts. He loves it there. I won't stop him from attending." Noshi patted his shoulder. "It is a wise man that does not try to stop the stampeding buffalo." Sirius smiled at the saying and nodded. "You have a clean bill of health, Sirius. Your mind is mended once more, your body strong," Noshi said firmly. "If you and Harry continue as you are, I believe you will both find much happiness and love in your lives." "I hope so," Sirius said fervently, especially as there was something he needed to discuss with Harry. The party broke up after dinner, and Sirius watched Harry say good-bye to his friends with nostalgic sympathy and some amusement when Kimmy kissed Harry on the cheek and Harry blushed in response. "You'll write," Sirius commented after the door was closed and Harry collapsed into a chair in front of the fire. "I know, but it's not the same." Harry had a small whine in his voice. It was a sign of how much he loved the kid that he thought it adorable rather than annoying, Sirius mused fondly. "We can visit next year," Sirius said, poking the fire, "or they could visit us." "Yeah?" Harry perked up at the idea. "That would be cool." Sirius raised his eyebrows. Harry's accent and words had taken on an American twang, but he figured it would fade once they got back to Britain. "We'll see how your letter-writing goes. If you're still in contact with them by Easter, I'll write to Noshi and see what can be arranged." A visit by Kimmy and Harriet to Britain would be possible, but Sirius wanted to make sure it was safe for them before inviting them. If Peter had found Voldemort, so. Sirius put the poker down and stood up. He cleared his throat as nerves curdled in his belly. "There's something important that I need to ask you before we leave." Harry's gaze met his, and he could see a hint of uncertainty flicker in the teen's eyes. "I love you, Harry, and I would very much like to adopt you," Sirius said quickly. "If you would like me to." Harry stared at him for a long moment. Suddenly he launched himself across the space between them and tackled Sirius into a hug. Sirius rocked back a little before righting them both, holding Harry tightly. He could feel Harry shaking and rubbed his back soothingly. "I take it that's a yes?" Harry nodded, but didn't speak, and Sirius let him get his emotions under control. Harry finally pulled away and swiped a hand under his glasses swiftly. "Yes." His voice broke on the word, and Sirius stifled the urge to shush him and hug the hell out of him again, seeing Harry's determination to speak. "I would like that, to be adopted." Sirius hugged him. He couldn't stop himself, his own set of tears catching against the back of his throat and stinging the back of his eyes. Eventually they both stepped back and wiped their faces sheepishly. "Well, we're a pair, aren't we?" Sirius said, and he could see the flush of delight in Harry's eyes at the statement. He nudged him over to the sofa and sat down. "So, I'm assuming you don't know about the adoption ritual?" Harry frowned and shook his head. "What is it?" "It falls under family magic. It's quite simple, really. I prick my finger, put some blood in a ritual bowl, and swear an oath that I take you to be my son. You do the same, only you swear an oath that you take me to be your father," Sirius continued. Legally it has no meaning, and we still have to file papers with the woo for the legal side of things, but from a magical perspective, you'd be my son." "So I become a Black instead of a Potter?" Harry asked, confusion in his green eyes. "Does that mean I stop being the Potter heir, or—" "No, no," Sirius said firmly. "You will always be your dad's heir in all respects, your mum's too. They made you so, you're theirs. Always. This just magically adds me to the list of parents. As for your name," he gestured at Harry, "you could be Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, Lord Harry James Potter, Black or Harry James Black, Lord Potter, Black. It's entirely up to you. Having said that, Potter, well, it's your dad's name, and I respect that. I don't need you to take mine. Truthfully, I think you're always going to be known as Harry Potter to our world, whether you do a name change or not." "I don't know," Harry said. "I mean, I think you're right, that even if I change my name, people will still call me Harry Potter. But I like the idea of not being that Harry Potter." "Well, there's plenty of time to think about it." Sirius patted Harry's arm. "Any other questions?" Harry scratched his forehead along the line of his faint scar and bit his lip. "What happens if you have other kids?" Sirius thought that was highly unlikely, although it was something his own mind-healer had tried to get him to consider. His upbringing just hadn't allowed for him to consider relationships and marriage as anything other than political maneuverings. But then later, James and Lily had spoiled him into wanting the same thing they'd had, a real love and partnership. But he knew he struggled with emotional intimacy, and that didn't bode well for the latter kind of relationship, and he didn't see a political need to marry to have to put up with the former. "If I do get married and have children, I would still consider you my firstborn," Sirius replied to Harry. "I do consider you my firstborn." "But isn't it unfair if I inherit your things if you have kids of your own? Shouldn't they get everything?" Harry pressed. Sirius smiled. "It isn't unfair because you are one of my children. If I have other children, then yes, there'll be bequests to them too from a monetary and property perspective, but I would still want you to inherit as my heir." He made a dismissive gesture. "Look, if, after my death, you wanted to name a child of mine heir to the House of Black, so they would inherit on your death, you could do. Or you could name your eldest son as heir to both the houses, or name one child heir to the House of Potter, and another heir to the House of Black. Really, all this is very hypothetical, given all these other children, yours and mine, are imaginary at this point. I guess," Harry agreed vaguely, "the other reason why I would prefer you as the next head of the House of Black is political," Sirius admitted. "If the house is going to build a different reputation, then it has to be led by wizards who are loyal to the light. So if a Potter, you, led the house, that would help to turn our reputation around. And I doubt you're going to have issues with the heir ritual. You're a powerful wizard, and the family magic loves power." Harry nodded in understanding. "You wanted to do the inheritance ritual for my Potter magic once we got back anyway, didn't you?" They'd talked about it in the last politics lesson. Sirius grinned at him. "Yes, and we'll definitely do your Potter inheritance ritual first. The black magic is dark in origin, and I want you protected by the light magic of the Potters. We'll have to organize some witnesses for the adoption ritual, which will take a few days." Harry nodded, and halfway through yawned widely. "Bed," Sirius declared. "We have an early start again tomorrow." He enjoyed the brief hug Harry gave him, and watched him head off to his room with a giddy joy. Harry had said yes to the adoption. He did a happy little dance around the fireplace before banking the fire and heading to his own bed. The morning dawned bright and early. Harry complained good-naturedly at taking the de-aging potion again, and as soon as 5-year-old Harry made an appearance. He was just as adorably cute as ever, and wanted his stuffed bear back. Sirius watched with amusement as he turned Healer Fay and Dr. Jordan to mush. He shook his head as Harry hugged Nushi good-bye, holding on to the bear all the while. If only he had a camera, thought Sirius. The blackmail opportunities were immense. Harry clambered into the waiting car where a grinning Mick waited to drive them to the airport. Sirius turned to the healers to say his own goodbyes. "Don't forget to keep up with your exercise." Dr. Jordan nagged as she accepted his hug. Healer Fay, a young brunette, surreptitiously wiped her eyes. "I'm going to miss Harry. Make sure he does his occupancy exercises, and if you need advice—" "Thank you," Sirius said, truly grateful. "I believe my colleagues have covered everything." Noshi held out his hand, and Sirius shook it warmly. Noshi froze, and his eyes took on a distant look before refocusing on Sirius with a gravity in them that turned Sirius's stomach. "What?" demanded Sirius as the old wizard released his hand. "You will bring Harry to me again?" Noshi said with a deep sigh. "He will face a great evil, and you will bring him here to heal." Sirius shivered, a cold dread stealing over him. "When?" Noshi shrugged apologetically. "Perhaps a year, maybe more." He grimaced. "I cannot be certain." Sirius nodded sharply, remembering how they had talked of sight and prophecy. "Thank you for everything. Goodbye, my friend." Noshi said. He made his way to the car and coaxed Harry into his seat-belt. But as the car pulled away from the clinic and made its way down the driveway, Sirius couldn't help but want to turn back to the safety of the place. He glanced over at Harry, who grinned at him. Bugger the vision Noshi had seen. Sirius smiled back at his godson and brushed a hand over Harry's head. Sirius would keep Harry safe, he'd keep him safe no matter what.